I love the what, not the how. So yeah, yeah. For the one here. This is for the staff. This is the first person in the meeting. And there. Yeah, okay, so I didn't know, I'm sorry, sad. Oh, okay. Yeah, sad, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Everyone's logged into eScribe. So your microphone. No way.
Yeah, sure.
You guys logged into eScribe?
Really good deal.
Okay, so. Logged into eScribe? Yes.
Yes, on my laptop in the other room. Yes, that one I tried.
Yes. Logged into eScribe?
Yeah, I'm in. First again. Oh, power though. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the flux capacitor is plugged in. There we go. There we go.
All right. Give me a second.
See you, Antioco.
Hi, how are you?
Minister Cassidy.
Sorry. Very good, thank you.
Good,
Thank
good.
you for coming.
Hi, hi, Antioco.
Nice to see you.
How are you? Ask me in 10 minutes. If you're not going. Nice to see you. I'm good.
Now.
I know. It'll take me like 1.5. you see her, tell her Sharon says, we left Stanley and tell her I mean, like my time here. It's great. You know, I think here, there's yeah. Yeah, you're good right there. Thank you. I know what you're thinking. Chair now. The very good thing is give me any access to a mic while you can hear any of my running. Oh, great. Yeah, it's gonna. I don't know. I know that they're just literally like, yeah, I know. Yeah, good. It would be virtual.
They didn't think any about it. Even if it's- People don't like television.
Where's the clock? Lisa? Lisa?
Because they're streaming it, right?
How do I,
Receipt?
Testing. So the time is just past 6:30. We're about ready to get started. I'm just going to let people that are still in the hallway and at the back settle in. But if you could please find a seat, and we are going to commence as soon as we can. I'll just give you another minute or two, and then we'll get going. So if everyone can please take your seats, we're about to begin. Okay, we're just past 6:30, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Special Planning Committee for September the 14th, 2023. Just a reminder that all electronic devices are to be please switch to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And just a quick outline of the meeting for tonight. This is an official meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm your chair of the Planning Committee. We'll go through a quorum and everybody that's here. But we do have a formal agenda that we're going to follow. There is a staff presentation. There may be some questions from committee. And then we have delegations. I believe there is just over 30 residents registered to delegate. There is a staff report. There may be some questions on the staff report, and then followed by any motions or notices of motion. Judging by the number of people in the room and the number of people that have registered to delegate, we're expecting that timelines is at least 3 hours, likely a little bit longer than that. So I really appreciate everyone coming out tonight and spending your evening here with local democracy in action. Thank you. So we have a few official procedural things that we have to go through. So going through quorum, we have myself, Councillor John Paul Danko. I'm the chair of the Planning Committee. We're joined by Vice Chair Tammy Wang and Second Vice Chair Craig Kassar. We also have our ex officiato member, Mayor Horvath, here joining us tonight. Also on the Planning Committee here tonight, Councillor Jeff Beatty, Councillor Craig Kassar, your local Ancaster representative, Councillor Mark Tattison, and in the back row, in no particular order, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Alex Wilson, and Councillor Narinder Nan. Not joining us tonight, but also on Planning Committee are Councillor Francis, Councillor Pauls, and Councillor Kretsch.
I'm actually here.
Councillor McMeekin. So
I'm actually here.
Councillor, voice from somewhere in the ether. Councillor Pauls, thank you for joining us online. So we do have quorum. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Danko, there are changes. Under communications, we have added 5.1, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting proposal to return lands in Ajax to the Greenbelt with a recommendation that it be received and referred to the consideration of item 10.1. Under public hearings for 10.1, provincial amendments to the Greenbelt Plan, we have added written submissions from the following. Vicky Mason Espin, Deanna Hove, Kathy Roberts, Caroline Forster, George Papalarazou, David Roberts, Duncan Forster, Rick Bodner, Judy Hill, Ann Dwyer, Irene Laurie, Jennifer Waring, Jill Tonini, Kathy Rung, David Vinn, Jody Eastwood, Teresa McQuaig, Paul Rogers, Ruth Van Horn, Laura Stewart Panko, Gord McNulty, Becky Sapong, Debbie Egan Hashimoto, Howard Cole, Don Cole, Doreen Sturman, Kevin Butter, Janice Curry, Paul Chapman, Fred Fisher, Michael Fisher, Megan Saunders, Bianca Metz, Tom Baker, George Bayer, Denise Guru, Ann Holbrook, Charlene Sures, Philip Kumel, Christine Fitzpatrick, Christine Brown, Cindy Kay, Thomas Majonich, Deborah Peace, Zoe Green, Louise Brownlee, Irene Fisher, Harriet Woodside, Flora Molnar, Michael Prue, Eileen Booty, Carolyn Stupel, Lori Gaylor, Caroline Duran, Teresa Gregorio, Annette Taylor, Elizabeth Knight, Dawn Brown, Jen Couillard, Marina Robichaud, Heather Millar, Tom Morelli, Yvonne Sutherland Case, Douglas Millar, Rand Robichaud, Susan Crow Connolly, Catherine Weir, Mark Forler, John Roy, Harrison Ionu, Jan Barton, Kathleen Livingston, Jan Whitelaw, Mark Rudolph, Kathleen Kennedy, John Corbett, Bill Pierce, Mary Allen, and Paul Parente. The following added registered delegations. Charles Hostovsky has withdrawn his delegation request. We have David M. Roberts, Tom Nugent, Miriam Sager, Jan W. Jansen, Phil Poten. We have Dominic Matina, who has withdrawn. Ian Borsuk, Dave Eccles, Fred Bristol, Kathleen Livingston, Lucia Iantononu, Jordan Boyer, Andrew Wright, and Jasmine Montrichard with the Youth Power for Climate Justice. Bianca Metz, Nancy McKeel, Martha Howitt, Joe Miner, Annette Taylor, Mary Allen has withdrawn, as well as Roger Abbas has withdrawn. We have Lily Noble, Mary Love, Don McLean, Cynthia Meyer, Ann Washington, Michael J. Corrado, George King, Nabucco and Scott McKnight, MPP Sandy Shaw, Carrie Hewitson, and Gloria Wade. We also have added item 10.2, provincial amendments to the Greenbelt Plan, results of public engagement on community benefits, and that is everything.
Thank you, Clerk Kelsey. So if my count is right, we have 155 items of written correspondence and 36 registered delegations for tonight, although I believe a couple have withdrawn. I'd just like to take a moment to also acknowledge some of the other dignitaries that are present tonight. We did send out an invitation to the provincial land facilitator, Paula Dill. I do not believe that she is in attendance. We also sent out an invitation to all area MPs and MPPs. I see a representative from MPP Donna Skelly's office. Thank you for attending. I did not see anyone from MPP Neil Lumsden's office. I'm not sure if anybody's here. We have MPP Sandy Shaw is here. MPP Monique Taylor is here. We have a representative from MP Philomena Tassie's office here. Thank you. And I also saw in the crowd former City of Hamilton councillors Ancaster Representative Lloyd Ferguson and former councillor Robert Pasuta. Thank you all for attending. So I need a mover and a seconder that the agenda be approved as amended. Moved by Councillor Wang. I can't really see everybody, so especially the people behind me. Seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. All in favor, please indicate your vote on eScribe. Thank you, Councillor McMeekin, for joining us. Quick question, Clerk Kelsey. Mayor Horvath is an ex officiato member. Does she vote? Yes. So can we put her into the... So we will count Mayor Horvath as in favor. Thank you. We're just waiting to confirm the tally. I don't know if we could approve the agenda. Thank you. That is unanimous. I do have a note that Mayor Horvath would like to address the meeting with some opening remarks. Mayor?
Thanks very much, Chair Danko. Good evening, everyone. It's really great to see so many folks turn out for the evening's discussion. It's something that I'm very grateful for, and I know the members of council are grateful for as well. And I think it sends a strong message to the province of Ontario regarding our Greenbelt. As you all know, I've been pretty clear from the very start that we should not be developing the Greenbelt, full stop. Council has been clear as well from the very start that we should not be developing the Greenbelt. And the people of Hamilton, you have been very clear from the start that we should not develop the Greenbelt. So tonight, I look forward to hearing your deputations and all of the feedback that we will then offer to the province. We're holding this special meeting of the Planning Committee so that the people of Hamilton can have their voices heard. The province made the unilateral decision to remove lands in our city from the Greenbelt. And the province has put us in a position of reacting to a plan that we oppose and that we do not need in order to meet our housing targets. The City of Hamilton and your City Council have been clear that we can meet our housing targets without these Greenbelt lands. It's been clear that to service These areas would come at great cost to the people of Hamilton at a time when our city's finances are already strained and families are struggling, both because of the withdrawal of other orders of government from their responsibilities in funding progressively the programs that would support these kinds of initiatives. That's another meeting, though. That's a different meeting. But it is absolutely the case, and we all know it. It is much bigger than that, as we all know. The removal of agricultural and environmentally sensitive lands at a time when we need them more than ever, when the evidence is clear how much we need them, is irresponsible and it's reckless. We're in a climate crisis. We're in a food security crisis. This is not the time to start tearing down the Greenbelt. We have to be thinking long term. It's our responsibility collectively to be thinking long term about how to protect our natural environment for the greater good, for the security, the survival of our very planet. I want to thank my council colleagues for their dedication and perseverance in opposing this plan, and city staff for supporting this special meeting to enable the public, to enable you to make your feelings and concerns known. I look forward to the feedback at tonight's public meeting. The delegations, I'm sure, will be excellent and insightful, and we will be sharing them. We will be sharing them with the province as part of our ongoing advocacy. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'm going to ask members of committee if there are any declarations of interest. If you're behind me and I cannot see you, poke me with a stick or throw something. There are no declarations. Thank you. So moving on. Item 5 on our agenda, item 5.1, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, respecting proposal to return lands in Ajax to the Greenbelt. I need a mover and a seconder that item 5.1 be received and referred to consideration of item 10.1. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meeting on today's agenda. Please note that the bus service will be running from the Ancaster Fairgrounds to the Meadowlands Terminal starting at 8:30 p.m. and running every 30 minutes, with the last bus departing at midnight. We will be having a staff presentation followed by the registered delegations and then delegations from the floor. If you are unable to stay for the meeting, you have the opportunity to submit your comments on the Greenbelt Amendment to the September 27th Council agenda by sending them to clerk@hamilton.ca by noon on Thursday, September the 21st. So the next item on our agenda is item 10.1, provincial amendments to the Greenbelt Plan. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Yes. We have planner Charlie Tolman.
Test. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Everyone can hear me. Good evening, Mayor, Planning Committee, public in attendance, and fellow staff. My name is Charlie Toman, Program Lead, Policy Planning and Municipal Comprehensive Review within the City of Hamilton's Planning Division. I'll keep my presentation brief, but I'll be reviewing the provincial decisions to remove lands from the Greenbelt Plan in Hamilton, City Council's directions for these lands, and to run through the consultations that the city has already undertaken to date. First, for some background, in December of 2022, and notwithstanding the city's opposition, the province removed 795 hectares of land within the city of Hamilton from the Greenbelt Plan area. These lands removed are separate from the 2,200 hectares of land added to Hamilton's urban boundary by the province last year, despite council's endorsement of a no urban boundary expansion growth strategy. And I'll point out how these two areas relate to each other on the next slide. The province has indicated that the removal of these lands are intended for residential use to support the goal of building 1.5 million homes over the next 10 years. So this is a map of the urban Hamilton official plan, and you can see the urban expansion lands, the 2,200 hectares in the hatched area, and the three areas removed from the Greenbelt Plan from the province are referred to as the 50 road lands, which are 4 hectares shown here. The Book Road lands, which are 727 hectares in size, shown here. And I want to note that this is the second largest area of land removed by the province, making up approximately 24% of all lands. And then the third area is referred to as the Whitechurch lands, which are 64 hectares, shown here just south of the recently expanded urban boundary. Under the Planning Act in Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has the authority to issue a Minister's Zoning Order, or MZO. Similar to any other zoning bylaw, an MZO would set out the permitted uses and development regulations for a specified area. However, an MZO would automatically trump any zoning that the city has in place, and it does not require City Council approval. In recent years, the Government of Ontario has used its powers to issue MZOs more frequently. However, those are typically applied to existing properties where there are already official plan policies in place that allow that use. To a staff's knowledge, it has never been used to approve the development of an entire neighborhood or a large urban development outside of an existing urban boundary. In the June of this year, the province amended the Planning Act through Bill 97. One of the changes was to allow the minister to issue MZOs that do not conform with local official plans or per provincial plans and policies, and this includes the Greenbelt Plan. Bill 97 also enables the province to require landowners and the municipalities to enter into development agreements where the province has directed the provincial land and development facilitator to make recommendations. It is anticipated that the province will use its authority to issue MZOs for these lands to support its housing goals. In June of this year, the provincial land and development facilitator contacted the city to provide additional clarity as to what is meant by community benefits, as well as the province's expectations on timing for these lands. More recently, the provincial land and development facilitator has acknowledged the council's July 14th directions, which I'll speak to on the next slide. City Council has passed several motions related to these lands in the past year. As you can see on this slide, City Council has been consistent in its opposition to the provincial decision to remove these lands from the Greenbelt Plan, and that the city's growth, including the recent provincial housing targets, can be achieved through development within the existing urban area. In July of this year, in response to the request to engage with the provincial land and development facilitator, Council passed several motions, including that staff, quote, be directed to provide input under protest with respect to any private development proposals and associated community benefits. At that same meeting, Council also passed additional motions respecting these lands, including that the 10 directions to guide development established for the city for a new neighborhoods be the basis for the city's input to the province, and that the city, quote, considers agricultural use to be of prime consideration along with the protection of wetlands and natural heritage areas. City Council also directed this special meeting of Planning Committee for the purpose of obtaining input on the city's priorities and expectations for these lands. Council's direction for this meeting included that it be based on best practices from public engagement staff, that it be held in the evening, that it be live streamed, that it be at an accessible venue close to the Book Road lands, and that an invitation be sent to MPPs, and the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator. City staff have undertaken consultation in order to provide the public additional opportunities to provide input and ask questions prior to this meeting. In keeping with council's direction, staff held an open house last week on September 6th, which included a presentation, moderated Q&A panel, and interactive display panels for the public to provide input on their priorities. 450 people attended that meeting, and due to the size of the venue, 200 people who wanted to attend were unable to. I should note that that meeting was recorded and is now posted on the city's YouTube page. At the open house, staff requested that the public place thoughts next to those development objectives, meaning layout, uses, and design of new development, and potential community benefits for each of the three areas. The city also requested that the public provide any additional written submissions at that meeting. This slide shows one of the panels looking for input on the development objectives for the Book Road lands. Each panel was broken down into 5 areas: climate change, complete communities, housing, natural areas, and transportation, with subcategories for specific land use and design features. Staff asks the public to place up to 5 dots next to their priorities. A summary report from this meeting is included in the council agenda. As is shown on this slide, community benefits were also broken down into 5 areas: climate change, community contributions, housing, natural areas, and recreational needs. For each of the areas, residents could also add additional priorities using Post-it notes. As you can see on this slide, in addition to receiving some specific ideas, many residents voiced their opposition to the province's removal and planned development of these lands. All of these comments are being recorded. In addition, the city received 45 comment sheets at or shortly after the open house. The large majority of the comments criticized the lack of transparency and process used by the province in removing these lands, as well as mentioning concerns about the loss of green space, farmland, natural areas, and other environmental impacts. Staff also released an online survey for residents to provide input that used the same format as the open house panels. That survey also recommended that any residents who are opposed to development of the Greenbelt lands contact the province directly, as they are the approval authority. The city received 533 responses to this survey. I'm not going to go through all the survey responses, but the online survey allowed residents to provide individual responses for each area, or have their responses applied to all 3 areas. This slide shows the responses received for all areas combined. And again, the results from that survey are broken down in the staff's interim engagement report. Again, similar to the open house, survey respondents could also submit individual priorities for each of the 3 areas. A majority of the responses received were opposed to the removal of these lands by the province in any urban development. Staff are still summarizing these individual responses, which will be included in staff's recommended final engagement report. I also want to note that outside of the open house and survey, the city received or were copied on 61 emails as of September 6th, the vast majority of which opposed amendments to the Greenbelt plan. And those emails are appended to staff's report. So staff have recommended that the interim engagement report be received, that the final engagement report be prepared based on all of the feedback received to date in tonight's meeting. And I'd also like to note that we do have planning staff to my right who are who will be recording or typing as the people talk to make sure that we're capturing the comments and the themes in real time. And the third recommendation is that the final engagement report be submitted to the Government of Ontario, the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator, the Association of Ontario Municipalities, and all municipalities within the Greenbelt Plan area. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Tolman. We will open the floor to questions, but also from committee. But as a reminder, we do have a staff report, so there will be another opportunity to ask questions. Is there anyone on the speakers list? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Esther Pauls. All in favor or opposed, please vote. And for everyone watching, when I say vote, we have a voting on each of our laptops in front of us. So it just takes a minute for us to vote and then for staff to compile those votes. And that is unanimous. Thank you. And just before I move on, I really like to thank Planner Charlie Tolman and all of our staff for all the work that they've done on this in particular and setting up these meetings. This is no small feat to do this. Thank you. So at this time, we're going to move on to our delegations that are registered. I'd sincerely like to thank everyone and all those in attendance for being here. I have a few reminders just for the procedure and what's to be expected. So everyone is to be respectful and to not disrupt the meeting, as any disruptions would result in extending the length of this meeting, which is already at least 3-4 hours. Anyone who may continue to disrupt will be requested to leave the building. I don't think that that'll be a problem tonight. Delegates' comments should be limited to addressing the matter that is before us in the staff report, so please try to stay on topic. Any remarks are to be addressed through the chair, so it's not a back and forth discussion. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak. Therefore, there's no reason to interrupt anybody that has the floor. Applause, because this is a formal meeting of Planning Committee, applause is not in order when members are discussing or debating a matter. This is not a Q&A session as well, so it's a little bit different than other public meetings that you may have been in attendance to. So when you're delegating, you're presenting to committee. If you do have a question or two, we will note some of those themes and we might go to staff afterwards, but it's not an opportunity for you to ask questions and receive answers in real time. It's your opportunity to share your thoughts and opinions with us as a presentation. Delegates are limited to 5 minutes. So I will put my hand up when you have 1 minute remaining, and then because we have so many delegates, we have to stick on a strict schedule. So please try to maintain your comments to that five minute time limit. I will interrupt you when my timer is at 5 minutes. And again, just a reminder before we start that this is a provincial decision, the decision to develop on the Greenbelt lands. It is a provincial process. Ideally, the province should be holding this consultation. They are not. So this is an opportunity for you to share your thoughts with committee, and then we will then submit those through the provincial facilitator. So at this time, we're going to move on to our delegations. I understand that we have an Indigenous presenter or speakers who would like to kick this off. So I'm going to call a little bit of a change here. And I believe we would need a motion in order to change the order of the agenda to allow our Indigenous speakers to start. It's moved by Councillor Alex Wilson and seconded by Councillor Narinder Nan. Councillor Wilson?
Hello, there we go. Figuring that one out. Yeah, I moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan, that we have an added delegate of Jacqueline House and Donna Silversmith. That's one delegation, 2 speakers, but the same 5 minutes.
Thank you. So that has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote to change the agenda. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. And Councillor Wilson, could you just call the delegates to the podium, please? Because I don't have their names in front of me.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I wasn't planning on joining us tonight, but I share the same concerns of all of you share, everyone in this room, about the green belt and what is going on. So I decided to come out because I'm from Six Nations, from the Grand River over here, about 20 minutes away, and I'm here to create good neighborhood relationships, because we are all neighbors here, and we need to have that relationship of respect for one another when it comes to issues like this. Like, the province has not consulted at all on anything that concerns the Greenbelt. Our Six Nations Confederacy Council, or our Haudenosaunee Confederacy Council of Chiefs, have never been consulted with anything that is happening on the Greenbelt. And that is one of the reasons why I'm here today, is because I feel our voices should be heard also, because these lands are on treaty lands, and we're being left out of conversations, we're being left out of decision making, and Doug Ford knows where we are. He knows who our councils are. He knows the numbers to contact our people, but he still refuses to. If anybody's talking about development and what we know about housing development, we have a crisis on Six Nations Reserve. We have our own housing crisis. We're living in housing with sometimes 3 to 4 generations of our families living in one house. At one time, as Longhouse people, we lived that way. But today, back then we had a choice, but today we don't have choices. So we understand when it comes to housing and priority housing and the needs. Myself, I am very concerned about this, because I know the housing development only caters to a certain status of people in society, because I have grave concerns about housing when it doesn't accommodate people who are low income. Like, you have tent cities all over. We see it all over the news. Like, you don't see the province trying to address the problems or trying to accommodate housing. If there was ever a housing project that was geared to low income housing, our people would jump right on board and support that, because that's the same thing that we live by today where we live. But I just wanted to, I got lots to say. I wish that, Doug Ford was here, but all I want to do is create good relationships and partnerships, and hopefully we can work together to try to figure out how we're going to move forward with this green belt, because this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of what's going on here, because it seems like when you have sessions like this, it just something out of formalities, and the development goes on. So we have to make a plan in order for us to save our green belt, because that is the only really green space that we have in Southern Ontario. So I'm just here to send my message to Doug Ford that we want you to consult with the people at Six Nations, not just with our elected council, because we have a traditional council of chiefs and clan mothers, and that's where I come from. So, Nyawa, thank you.
Hi, I'm not going to take too much time. So my name is Jacqueline House. I'm from Six Nations as well, one of the Shawnee. One of the things that I look at is our voices. And for many decades, our voices as women, traditional women, our voices have been taken away from us. And that's one of the biggest things that we have to this very day in a political regime, whether that's outside or whether that's inside. And there's been so much stuff that has been done to us because of that. And I'm really honored to be speaking here right now. Like Peter, I think it was, that gave us this his spot. So I'm gonna really want to say Nyawa to Peter for giving us this opportunity to speak, because that is part of it, giving our voices back. And like Donna said, the consultation is really, when you put it on a scale, there is no scale. For every generation that has been brought into this world, we don't get to see progress on behalf of our own people. It's getting taken away from us all the time. We're in a big crisis with the climate change. That we all know. The green belt is a blanket to the Nanfan Treaty. Underneath all this stuff that's happening here, there are treaty obligations, treaty responsibilities that are put in place by your forefathers and our forefathers. And I'd like to see that those treaty obligations, treaty responsibilities being obligated to what our forefathers put in place, so that we can have that mutual respect and understanding while living in harmony on the land. So I'm going to say, Nyawa, I know our time is critical here, but I mean, I agree. Doug Ford was here. We could all sit here and spend a whole day here talking and tell him what he's doing wrong. So the biggest thing is that we need Doug Ford in the forefront to speak to our proper people, and that's the Six Nations Confederacy Council. They are being excluded, and it's not right. So in order for our voices to be heard as women, we need to sit at that table. We need to get the Confederacy chiefs in a proper perspective so that we can open dialogue and we can move forward. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate your delegation. You have something to add? Please go ahead.
Andrea, this is for you. I'm Mississauga New Credit. I'm a Anishinaabe. My name is Chimakwa. That means big bear. Big Bear is a protector of the community. He's a policeman. He's a medicine man. But I'm not a medicine man. I'm a medicine person for myself. I must protect myself. The grounds that we're talking about, the Greenbelt, my grandfather took me through a long time ago. He was born 1899. This was before a lot of people were born here. These grounds were here for a long time, and they will remain that way, the way they are today. I'm only one. I'm only the messenger. My reserve is the messenger people. That's why there's only me here. You don't need more than one. That's what we're going to fight. But I'm not here to fight with you. I fought with the province before and I won. The regional. I told them to get away from the table because I didn't need them. Same as you, I don't need you. But I do need you. I want you to sit with me, not against me, not on the other side, but with me. Together we stand strong. The lady here from Six Nations, she's my neighbor. She didn't even know who I was when I came up here. Been a lot of moons for me. I'm 125 years moon old, I said. The kids been, how many is that? And I said, figure it out. But this is, I'm old. I'm fighting for my grandchildren. I'm fighting for the 7 generations to come. That's what we're supposed to do. Look ahead 7 generations, not 7 days, not 7 minutes. I'm at an age where I should have retired 5 years ago. I retired 6 years ago, but I'm back here fighting again. I said I wasn't coming back, but I was in my heart, I'll never quit. Somebody told me a long time ago, the scars on your body will heal, but the scars on your heart will never heal. Well, that's me. Because all the guys I argued with and fought with over the years, they're all gone. I'm the last one. That's sad, because I didn't want to be the last one. But the reason I'm here is to fight on for my grandkids, your grandkids. When I find peace, I go out into the forest by myself. You won't have that opportunity. They pave it over. I look at the animals. Has anybody here looked at the animals? Frogs come to the house asking me to look at them. What about me, they're saying? Those are my friends also. They're my relatives. They're her relatives also. I've got more animals coming to my house lately than I don't know what to do with them. I don't have a gun. I won't shoot them. I invite them in, but where am I going to go? I have to go to the Greenbelt now. I tied a doctor down here, Dr. Upton. We were together for 31 years. Some of you might know him. He tried to figure me out for 31 years and he never did. You know what he told me? You're an amazing man. He says, I should have figured you out the first time I met you. He said, but I haven't. I've got doctors coming to my reserve soon to talk about diabetes, amputations. You know why? I said, use me as an example because I got all that. I have an amputation. I've got diabetes. I've got other problems, but I ain't going to deal with them today. This is a major issue for me. If it's for me, then it's for you too. So like I say, I tell people, don't walk in front of me, don't walk behind me, walk beside me. But if you get behind me, I'll leave you. If you get in front of me, I'll leave. Walk beside me so I can always see you. If you fall, I'll stop to pick you up. If I fall, just leave me. But I don't want to get picked back up this time. So, Andrea, I want you to read this because it's about trust. It's little short verses. I trusted you. I voted for you. When you're in the other party. But if there was one guy I got to mention, Derek Blackburn. He's the one that convinced me to vote for him, and I voted ever since for him. Not him, but the people that stand in that office, I vote for them. And I always will. I guess I'm a union man, eh? Makeridge, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I did provide some latitude there. I think that was appropriate under the circumstances. Really appreciate your delegation, your presentation to us. So we're going to move on to our registered delegations. First is Peter Appleton, who I believe is in person. And Peter will be followed by Lynn Dykeman, followed by Rob Dolhai. So if you can just please make your way to the microphone, Peter Appleton.
Good evening, everyone. That was extremely powerful. Just heard that these greenbelt lands. Take it like this. I'll MC this. That the greenbelt lands, the expansion boundary lands here are the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. I want to make sure we all realize that. What I've been trying to do with amazing people, the Greenbelt Guardians, and also with Hamilton Naturalist Club is good old citizen science. We've been knocking on doors all across the Greenbelt, all across the expansion lands, and asking the people there, would you be okay if we looked on your property, on your land, in your wetlands, your ponds, and see if we can find species. Some of these are endangered, some are threatened, some are of special concern. Their arms were open. We had great conversations with people. They understood why we were there. This was not going to harm their land. It wasn't going to change their land. It was to get an inventory of what's out there, because it's very difficult to get on these lands otherwise. The Conservation Authority doesn't have the time to do it, or the money. They've been stripped of their powers. So we're going to address this with a couple of amazing scientists. Paul O'Hara was one of them. He's a renowned botanist and was able to go and look at many different lands. He's got 30 years experience working in this specific area. Lynn Folks as well, master's degree in environmental studies, works with the OBBA there. She's been part of the movement here for ages and ages, so thank you to her. Joseph Miner, who you'll hear from later, I won't spoil his story. I look around at the people that have offered their help has been amazing. So endangered, I mean, what does it mean? This is species living in Ontario that face imminent extinction, okay, or extirpation. So these species are protected by Ontario law, okay, but even greater than that in the hierarchy is federal law. That is the SARA, the Species at Risk Act from 2004. So we have found wonderful species here, okay? We found red-headed woodpeckers, one of the most beautiful animals you're ever going to see in your life. And they are in breeding pairs in these areas. So this becomes extremely important because breeding pairs for these animals are extremely hard to find. And we've had a dozen sightings, at least, in the last year alone, okay? Believe it or not, we also have extremely rare and amazing bats. So not something we think about all too often, but these bats are extremely important, as you all know, to the ecology and the environment that we're a part of. These little brown bats, called little brown myotis, are also endangered and federally protected. Okay? Federally protected. We know there's something going on federally right now in the Rouge area, don't we? And we're going to make sure the feds know as well that these animals and their habitat is here, and it needs to be protected. End of story. Boundary lands, greenbelt lands, it needs to be protected. Now, we're talking about an animal like a bat that weighs 11 grams. That's about a toonie, okay? But extremely important. Butternut trees. Everybody knows what a black walnut looks like, and a butternut is related to this in some respects and look a lot like those. And there are stands of them out here, and there are some isolated stands as well that have been found, which are extremely important. Monarch butterflies, right? I mean, this species is on the brink of destruction. This is literally like a highway that we're standing in. Right here, where we are, is a highway for monarchs. Okay. Eastern wood pewee. Have you ever heard that bird? You know it in 10 seconds. One of the greatest songs. You could nail it at 100 meters. Savannah sparrows, species of special concern. So these are all animals that will be protected with Migratory Bird Act as well, which makes sure that an animal that doesn't even
Peter?
live here, but stops over sometimes for
Peter,
days,
I'm
hours. are
sorry
protected.
to interrupt, but I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments if you can, please.
No problem. I'll give you the last little bit here. So what is a greenbelt? What are these expansion lands? They are libraries of genetic diversity. And why are we here? The city council already voted that they didn't want this to happen. They work on behalf of all these great people here, and we're asking them to stop working with the facilitator. End of story. We must stop working with them because it's very simple. It's very simple. If we go down that slope, they're going to give us little scraps. Here's your little scrap. You can keep that little piece over here, but we're going to take that. This entire process, okay, has been poisoned from the start. We know there's collusion, right?
Peter,
People
I'm
are
gonna-
been
I'm gonna
retired.
cut you off
Okay,
there, please.
perfect. I'll
Thank
step
you.
down, and I'll appreciate that we have a forum like this, but we make sure this stops today.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if I could remind delegates that when you are speaking, this is an official meeting of the planning committee. So we would ask you to state your opinions and be clear that when you say things like collusion, that those are your opinion. Thank you. Next, we have Lynn Dykeman in person. Lynn?
Council and city residents, thank you for this time. In the next 100 years in the Greenbelt, some want to develop, how many tons of food would be grown? How many families would hike? How many animals would roam? How many birds would sing? How many children would laugh if we let nature rest? The Greater Toronto Area is in desperate need of housing. Each level of government wants to make it someone else's responsibility to build affordable housing. Housing units proposed in Ancaster are $900,000 townhouses and $1.2 million homes. The Premier routinely talks about a housing crisis, but he rarely, if ever, mentions affordable housing. The proposed housing on the Greenbelt land is for the upper middle class and the rich, not for those in urgent need. Are there other options? The government's own Housing Advisory Task Force, with former Conservative leader Tim Hudak on the panel, said we can build the needed housing on the existing municipal footprint. The lands picked for the Greenbelt were not meant to be switched based on the desires of a small group of wealthy folks. They were chosen to prevent urban sprawl and protect specific critical green space areas in the GTA. Were the First Nations consulted? The email they received is the kind of reckless behavior that has led to the horror stories in the history of Canada in our relationship with First Nations people. Our children will have to once again apologize for what we have done. Less than 10% of Canada is arable land. The Agriculture Ministry's non-political public service staff have estimated that 76% of these approximately 7,400 acres removed from the Greenbelt was an active agricultural use in 2022. About 83% of the area removed is classified as class 1 to 3 prime agricultural lands, which is the highest quality and capability for agriculture in the country. What are we losing? A group called the Book Road Landowners Group have said, as generational and landowners, we know these lands are no longer viable farmland. Simply put, the urban area adjacent to these lands has made it too costly and effective to farm. What exactly does that mean? Being close to an urban area makes it too costly farm? If that is the case, once the proposed development is built, the farmland next to it would become too costly to farm, and it would need to be developed. And when this process continues, there will be no land left to farm. This group are not the voice of all farmers in Ontario. Max Hansen of the National Farmers Union described the Greenbelt scandal as the gifting to even more developers the powers to pave over the land that farmers need to grow food for the people of this province. This proposed development is based on an assumption that Canada will always be able to import food from all over the world. This is both environmentally unsustainable and based on some faulty assumptions. With massively changing weather patterns and a growing world population, there will be a food shortage. India has stopped some rice imports this year because they need rice to feed their own populations. Canada's ability to produce its own food is critical for us to be a self-sustaining country. The fragility of the food supply chain became evident during the COVID pandemic. What will the next generation say when we cannot produce food to feed our people because we paved over farmland? The wetlands are the sponge for the incredible rainfall we now sometimes experience. What happens when floods hit cement? There is flooding. We can look back on some development conducted in Canada and question what were the people thinking. Finally, does this decision pass the sniff test? The Premier has flip-flopped many times. In the last election, he said no Greenbelt expansion. A year later,
Lynn, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up. I'm very sorry to interrupt.
the plan is for the Greenbelt to be opened up. Ouch. The land selection was made in a quick backroom deal with little consultation with anyone but the wealthy. We all know that some people seem to know about the expansion long before it was announced. Do we live in a democracy where people make the decisions, or do the wealthy? The people of Hamilton and the City Council have voted no. The houses will not be ready quickly. Traffic chaos will be remarkable. And what about the airport? Ouch. We need all levels of government to work collaboratively with the private sector and social services to use the existing footprint to build land that's affordable for all people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Dolhay. I have it as a virtual. He is not on the presenters list. Okay, so we're going to move on then. I'll come back to that at the end. Patrick Antilla, or in person, Patrick, followed by James Quinn. So the person that is on deck, if I could ask you to also make your way to the microphone or at least to the aisle so that we're ready to proceed and try to keep things moving. Rob?
Good evening, everyone.
Sorry, Patrick.
Thank you for hosting this. Although, as you've all agreed, this whole process is a sham. I really appreciate that you're all having our backs here. Doug Ford is trying to rob us blind.
So I'm just going to interrupt again, because this is an official planning committee meeting. This is on the public agenda or on the public record. You can't make statements that aren't factually accurate. So you can preface that with alleged, in your opinion, however you want to say it, but I have an obligation to make sure that none of us are going to get sued.
Understood. So I'll put it in different terms. Doug Ford has handed off $8.3 billion of arable land that we need in an age of decreasing food security, increasing food prices, and a spiraling housing crisis. He's handed it to his wealthy friends because that's who put him in office, and we all know it. That's a fact. My nephew lives in Markham. He's turning 3 this month. And I wonder, in 27 years, when he's my age, if he's going to be able to go biking on the Bruce Trail like I can today. I wonder how much of our arable land is going to be producing food, or it's going to be paved over, left to flood. And when I look at this process, I'm not surprised. Because history shows our government is built on stolen land. I am really glad that my Indigenous friends came to speak today, and I'm really grateful for their support. And what we see is just a continuation of that legacy. That's another fact. And we will not stand for it. We will never agree because it makes a lot more sense to develop existing urban land. I live and I work in downtown Hamilton. And on my drive to work every morning from the East End into Central on James Street North, I drive past countless empty buildings on Barton Street, derelict sites that can be developed and built up. What are we doing, right? We need wetlands to absorb floodwaters. We need farmland to produce good food at a fair price that everyone can afford, not what Galen Weston says. And we need forests to absorb the CO2, or we will not have a future. And that's a scientific fact too. I believe I've said my piece. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Patrick. Next in our list, I have James Quinn, followed by Catherine Roberts. James?
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here before the new city council. I see some old progressive faces, and I see some wonderful, fresh, new faces. And that makes life a lot easier to delegate. I have a few requests for council. I would ask that you only allow new construction within the urban boundary as council agreed following the Stop Sprawl campaign by your constituents. I ask that you unite with other like-minded municipalities against the Ford administration and their actions. I would ask that you reject the Ford facilitator. My name is Jim Quinn. I'm a conservation biologist. I'm a researcher and professor. And I teach my students that the most diverse regions on Earth are not those regions that are untouched by human beings. Rather, they are regions in which indigenous peoples have maintained the environment and sustained it over long periods of time. Biodiversity, we need this to happen. We colonizers are ruining our climate and decimating our biodiversity by seeing land as something to exploit rather than as something to sustain. And we need to push hard for the recognition that once lost, natural lands are gone virtually forever. And biodiversity declining is declining in the fashion of death by 1,000 cuts. That will never heal. Over that time that humans dominate the earth, we will not see a healing of the loss of these lands. Once they're paved over, it's like extinction. They will be gone until humans are no longer the dominant species on this earth. We need to recognize that we borrow this land from future generations. We need to fight hard to preserve natural lands. If we care about the lives of our children and grandchildren, or even for the 7 generations, as our First Nations brothers and sisters teach us. Please, councillors, and the rest of you folks, do everything humanly possible to protect natural lands from the greed and ecocide being perpetuated by Ford's progressive nepotistic party. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Catherine Roberts, followed by David Roberts. And just because it's come up a few times, and I should have mentioned this off the top, there is a notice of motion that I believe will be put on the table today regarding council's involvement with the provincial facilitator. Catherine, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Roberts. I am also not comfortable speaking in public, but our democracy is more important to me than not being here. My husband and I live at 68 Garner Road West and have been here for 50 years on 2 acres with part of it commercial zoning. Plus, we have city water and there are sewers across the road, entrance to major highways in minutes, and the urban boundary directly across the road. And we also do not own a $2 million mansion, but an 85-year-old farmhouse. When we bought in 1973, we were not, I repeat, not in Greenbelt land. In 2016, our land was put into Greenbelt. We did not know about this as we did not receive notification of changes to zoning, nor did we have the chance to give our input. We did not have the correct procedures followed, nor did other landowners. We were not notified of the meeting on September 6th and 14th either. The only thing we have received from City of Hamilton since amalgamation is our tax bill. It is clear to me that the correct procedures were not followed, notably direct notification to all owners. As a result, I am asking that the minister and the city open an investigation as to why these lands were ever put into the Greenbelt to begin with, under the circumstances. I would like to hear from the former Ministry of Housing, now Councillor McMeekin, former Councillor Ferguson, and city staff, how they worked together to make this happen without following correct procedure.
So Kathy, can I just interrupt? Please refrain from making any allegations. In your
I'm
opinion.
only asking.
Okay, please continue.
It's not an allegation, I'm only asking. I will also be in touch with the Integrity Commission with regards to the matter of our property being placed in the Greenbelt without correct procedure. I am surprised at the hypocrites who bought houses built on farmland when they feel so strongly about protecting it, then condemn people who have looked after farmland for 50 years or more, which is not profitable to farm, nor does anyone else wish to try to farm it. We need housing, that is the bottom line. Plus, not everyone wants to live in downtown Hamilton. Shouldn't everyone have the right to live in other areas just like you? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next delegation, Charles Hutowski, is withdrawn. And then following is David Roberts, followed by Tom Nugent. David, whenever you're ready, please take your time.
Good evening. My major concern is the Book Road lands where I live. We have had no chance of input into the change of status of our property and only had confirmation we were in the Greenbelt land when it was removed from the Greenbelt land by the Premier of Ontario. I would like to know how in a democratic government we can be affected without notice or input. It is my opinion that the removal of the Book Road land area is correcting a wrong of a previous council. If you look at this land surrounded by development or proposed development land, to the west, we have the Ancaster industrial land. To the east, we have the airport development lands. To the north, we have the town of Ancaster directly across the road. Further south, we have an industrial bakery. When we moved to Ancaster, there was none of these. I'm sure we would all love to live in an idyllic land where everything is to our tastes and for free, but that's just a pipe dream. If the government keeps allowing immigrants and refugees to arrive in Canada at a rate of 80,000 per month, for figures reported by the government, put in context, that is 10 to 15 plane loads of people landing in Canada per day. We are going to have to provide housing, schools, and services for them. This makes the area of Book Road lands suitable for this, and we have already services such as an electrical corridor servicing the city and other areas, the main gas distribution network for Hamilton and this area of southern Ontario, a fully built road network, a small airport servicing most of North America and some other parts of the world. I only think I am not sure of it is sewage services. If we had a visionary in government 30 years ago, we would have had a full sewage service on the upper part of the city, possibly stopping the dumping of sewage to the lower city of Hamilton. Let us get back to being known as the ambitious city.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Tom Nugent, followed by Miriam Sager. And there are chairs at the front here, so if you are coming up in the speakers list, you can have a seat at the front, but just be ready to make your way to the podium. Tom, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank both council and the planning department tonight for allowing me to speak. I know you might not agree with what I've got to say, but I think it's important to hear the other side of the story that you rarely hear from politicians or from the news media. The theme of my speech tonight is correct mistakes in the Greenbelt to make. Can you hear me?
We're just going to adjust the microphone
Okay,
there to,
right
to help you out.
Yeah, that's good. The theme of my speech tonight is correct the mistakes in the Greenbelt to make it legitimate. As a veterinarian and member of a farm family growing food in the Hamilton area for over 180 years, I fully support the Greenbelt to protect the environment and sustainable farmland. However, the process that created it was totally dishonest and undemocratic. In
So,
2005,
Tom, once again,
in
I'm just reminding
2005,
delegates, please refrain from making allegations. In your opinion,
the truth is
no, it is
a-
not truth. It is not factual. It's in your opinion.
I've had my freedom of speech suppressed for the last 18 years, so I know the rules. However, the process that created it was dishonest and democratic, and that's the truth. In 2005, the McGuinty government pressured land planners to create a 2 million acre greenbelt in less than 2 years. To do this, planners used unreliable satellite images without anyone on the ground checking for mistakes. Therefore, my property was put into the greenbelt by mistake due to a creek on someone else's property without notifying me. Then the McGuinty government sealed the greenbelt shut with a moratorium to cover up mistakes from the public for 10 years. My MPP was so upset by this 10-year obstruction of justice that the ministry did a site visit to confirm this blatant mistake, so my property would be removed in 10 years. Then in 2015, the Wynne government refused to do this and instead wasted tax dollars on 28 Greenbelt open houses. I traveled across Ontario at my own expense to all of them to speak out the truth. But this scam only resulted in 360 acres being removed for friends of the Wynne government. Now the Ford government is not correcting mistakes in the Greenbelt for affordable housing, but is rewarding rich developers. When I bought this property 45 years ago in the 20 road east of area of Mount Hope, it was already bounded by 15 houses with right-of-ways for future affordable housing. Now this area, which the city has grown around, is called the Hole in the Donut because it looks like it's in the middle of the city. It has city water and sewers already paid for. That's something that you don't see in the newspaper often. With public transit nearby. Lear studies, paid for by the taxpayers, state that is not sustainable for farming. I'm a veterinarian and a farmer. I respect farmland, but this is not it. That is not sustainable for farming. We all need to be concerned about the environment and farmland, but also that mistakes in the Greenbelt are contributing to the desperate need for affordable housing and rental crisis. This mistake with my property was not corrected 18 years ago because of a political abuse of power. Therefore,
This
as
is
long
your
as my
second
property
warning,
is
Tom.
in the Greenbelt by mistake, I will continue to speak out against dishonest politicians who have controlled the
That's your
land
third
planning
warning,
process
Tom.
in Ontario for the last 18 years. Therefore, I am asking anyone who believes in honesty and democracy to stand up in this hall tonight and demand that these mistakes in the Greenbelt be finally corrected. And those that don't
Thank
stand
you.
up tonight shouldn't be proud. You're not protecting the environment. What you're doing is
Thank you.
they're changing
Moving
mistakes. They're changing mistakes into
Thank you,
cases
Tom.
of seizing land rights without compensation. And you all know tonight how that worked out with the First Nations.
Thank you, Tom. Our next speaker is Miriam Sager, followed by Jan Jansen. And then our next in person after Miriam is Ian Borsk. Miriam, thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, councillors, mayor, chair of the committee, members of the public and staff.
So
and-
please speak right into the microphone.
Okay,
You can.
is better?
Yes, that is much
Okay,
better.
thank you all for making a special effort for us to be heard. heard here and for allowing for the Indigenous folks who were here with us to go first. I think that was really important, and I think it's a welcome change, actually. We're probably uniting against a common threat. I live in Ward 1. I'm concerned about, there's so much to say about the Greenbelt. I mean, there's Indigenous rights, there's the youth and the future and climate change, there's our non-human relations that are living there. A lot of values are connected to it. People were talking about taxes. I'm not against paying taxes. I'm happy when they provide for good public services and for equity, but I really don't want to pay taxes to build houses for the wealthy, to make them even wealthier. And to destroy our green lungs while we're at it. And I'd rather actually pay extra provincial taxes to pay for legal settlements when those developers start suing us for canceling their contracts, but that's a different matter. I didn't participate in the public engagement on community benefits because I couldn't find an option I could support. It's like choosing the color of the boots that you're going to be trampled by. Like Anna Frank, in spite of everything, I still believe people are good at heart. But I think when they're addicted to money and power, there's no reason to trust in their goodwill. We cannot expect this facilitation process to be helpful or to be impartial, in fact. And it's dangerous to be naive about that, although I usually am naive about trusting people. So maybe the process will buy us time, perhaps, but it might actually just leave us with nothing and without an option to fight for what we know is right. I've spent most of my adult life working in the violence against women movement, against gender-based violence. We like to talk a lot about power and control. And I think this is a clear case of people with power stepping in and wanting everything to go their way. It often happens that women leaving abusive partners stay in touch with the abuser, hoping to keep tabs on them for their safety. But I don't think we are as powerless as an abused woman who's escaping a violent man. I think that we have a council and a mayor that are stepping up and feisty. You can see your people. You have troops here who are feisty and stepping up. Perhaps we were all raised to be nice and quiet and tame and polite Canadians, but when pushed, we can fight. And Hamilton has, we have some assets here. We have strengths. We have, I think, a strong working class ethos, people who can get things done. We have Indigenous leadership, if we look to them, people who know how to fight for land and for their rights and have been fighting for many generations against these colonial structures that have been trying to take everything away from them. So we have together, they have their power, we have ours. We can be empowered together to fight back. And I really, really appreciate seeing you today and hearing the people here. Okay, I think also that I wanted to say that I think enough precious time of our city planning people has been wasted on this war of attrition that the province has been waging against municipalities and people of Ontario. And it's time to just say no and not participate in this sham process. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Right on time to the second. Our next presenter, I believe, is a pre-recorded, Jan Jansen.
But although they say their hands are tied, they should maximize their effort to team up with other municipalities of the Greenbelt to resist these removals as strongly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a virtual delegation, Phil Pothen. Phil, if you're online, if you can activate your mic and your camera. I see you in the meeting. Phil Pothen, are you able to activate your mic and camera? So I'm going to move on. We'll come back to Phil in one or two delegates. If maybe we could send him a message and just let him know that we're ready for his delegation. Dominic Matina was in person. That is withdrawn. Ian Borsk, you're next.
Hello, committee. Sorry, 1 second. I always put on a timer for myself, even though I haven't gone over time for the last few delegations. So hello, committee. My name is Ian Borsick. I'm the Executive Director of Environment Hamilton. And the last time I delegated to you on this subject, I was asking you not to meet with the provincial negotiator. Since then, a few things have happened. You've seen the Auditor General report come out, the Integrity Commissioner report, and Housing Minister Steve Clark has resigned his position, as well as his former Chief of Staff. And interestingly, I will point out that his previous Chief of Staff, who is the head of the Ontario Home Builders Association, also happened to lose their job just a little bit before that Auditor General report came out as well. So I think there's a lot of people upset about this scandal. Back then, I know you all remember, it wasn't that long ago. Even though a lot of stuff has happened since then, that people are really upset about this. Recent poll that came out today detailing that 69% of Ontarians are angry about the Greenbelt land grab scandal. We've heard from a number of folks today where, very similar to the urban boundary expansion, folks who are in favor of this have skin in the game. They want to sell that land or they want to develop on it. Folks are showing up today pretty late. Pretty far for some of us. Some of us are Ward 1 residents and had to travel a little bit further to tell you that you need to stop with this. I have done more media hits in the last 2 months than I'm usually accustomed to. And the number one question I get is, well, what do you think about this? And the number one thing I've been saying, and I think I've been quoted saying this 5 times now, I'm shocked, but I'm not surprised. And if you'll recall, I said, back in July, this is a farce. The jig is in, and the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner has made that clear. It's absolutely vital that we don't validate this process. If the province is going to issue an MZO, let them issue their MZO. Judicial review is a fantastic tool in the toolkit, but it's going to take more than that. We know that right now. It is astonishing to me that they have not adopted all 15 recommendations from the Auditor General report right now, and I think they're in too deep, and I think it's politically liability for any of you to continue with this process. So absolutely thank you for the leadership that you've shown. Thank you for hosting this meeting. Thank you to Councillor Pauls, who's tuned in as well. I saw her virtually. Thank you, Councillor Clark, and everyone who's not on this committee as well. Absolutely vitally important that this is happening. I said, people are looking to Hamilton for leadership, and you are showing it. You are showing it right now, and I know the people across Ontario absolutely value this. One final note I will say, as a member of the Alliance for a Livable Ontario, we have asked the Auditor General and Integrity Commissioner to expand their investigations and look into other activities that this government has taken. Bill 23, the forced urban boundary expansions. We saw in the Integrity Commissioner report, staffer asking developers, are you good with this urban boundary expansion? And they were good with it. We know it's not just about the Greenbelt land grabs. There's a whole swath of decisions that have not followed process. They've been exercises. And so it's absolutely vital that you continue doing what you're doing, and we on the outside will keep doing what we're doing, and we will protect this land, and we will ensure that we have a sustainable future for Hamiltonians and all of the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And once again, just so everybody knows, I believe there is a notice of motion regarding the participation with the provincial facilitator that will be on the agenda after the delegations. Our next speaker is Dave Eccles, followed by Fred Bristol. Dave Eccles. My apologies if I'm not saying your last name right.
Hi, I'm going to keep it short. In 2004, the Greenbelt was set. I'm a builder developer. We went out and purchased land in the Brook Road area, 50 acres. We proceeded to work with the city for the next 10, 11 years. We even had public meetings here along the way. And for some mysterious reason, in 2016, it got put into the Greenbelt without any consultation, nothing. So we have damages, large damages. I'm not a farmer. I'm a builder developer. I've been doing it for 50 years. So it needs to be investigated how it got put into the Greenbelt. It needs to be. Do we need houses? Yes, we do. The amount of work that goes in where people think their taxes are going up, that's false. Because the cities pay for nothing, not even a stop sign, not even a street sign. The people who buy those houses pay for everything. Water installation, sewer installation, storm ponds. The storm ponds today are more sophisticated than ever. I just finished one. So it's a myth that your taxes are going up because the towns pay for nothing. 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 I have the bills to
Please
prove it.
continue, Dave.
Pardon?
I'm calling for order from the crowd, please. Dave, please continue.
Extract penny by penny. I can show you there's no money that comes to our coffers from the cities. We work along the way with them, with our planners, but it's nothing. So you talk about farming. The vertical farms, you know that we have the biggest vertical farm company in North America right here in Mount Hope. They're called InFarm. Does anybody know that? They can produce
the processor
food.
Order, please.
I was registered delegate, but I thought I was lower down.
You can build vertical farms with residential housing with no pesticides, and 1/10 of the water is needed for these farms. Or would you rather have your farm food from all the pesticides? We had land in the industrial park on Shaver Road, and we had a farmer in there. We had to stop him because he was using too much pesticides, and we were worried that he was going to contaminate the ground to the point that we couldn't develop it. Because we are by
Here, I just, I had to, there was literally a process server.
Sorry, whomever has a live microphone, please turn it off. My apologies. Please continue.
We were by a tributary that feeds into the Grand River, and we had to stop it because it wasn't like it. They said, no, you don't want to know how much pesticide we put in the ground. It's terrible. So that's how I'm going to end it like that, but I'd like to see an investigation into why it went into the Greenbelt without any consultation. There is fact, city council saying people were instrumental in putting it into the Greenbelt. It's on your videos. So the integrity commissioner or the RCMP needs to investigate how that happened. That's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back. Sorry, I'm going to go back to Phil Pothen, who is a one of our virtual delegations. I'm sorry, we'll get to you right next. Phil, if you're able to activate your there, I see you.
Hi there.
Okay, good. Whenever you're ready. Thank
My
you.
apologies. I literally had a process server appear here at the moment I was supposed to come up, and so I was dealing with that. My apologies. Good evening, Chair. I'm Phil Pothin. I'm the in-house counsel and Ontario Environment Program Manager with Environmental Defence, as a lot of you will know. I'm not a resident of Hamilton, but I'm here in response to a torrent of requests from Hamilton residents for help in rebutting the misrepresentation of this process that's being spread by land speculators and this tainted provincial government about the status of lands in Hamilton that have for now been stripped of greenbelt protection. Firstly, make no mistake, from both a legal and a practical point of view, these vital greenbelt lands have not actually been designated for development, and it remains illegal to destroy them. They are not within Hamilton's settlement area boundary. They certainly haven't been zoned for residential or commercial sprawl. And this is the key point. There is every reason to expect that these lands and all of the lands that have for now been stripped of greenbelt protection will ultimately be returned to the greenbelt, as is already happening. And so the task of this council and of everyone in the room is to ensure that nothing can get built on that land between now and the time that that happens. Your job is to drag your feet, to kick and scream, to do everything materially, and not just in terms of statements, to prevent the progress towards development from proceeding. The mere stated intentions of municipal affairs ministers or ministry staff, whether they're in a press conference or in direct communications to municipal staff, none of those create any obligation or any excuse for those staff or the council itself behaving in a way that is conducive to those stated objectives. As you heard from the mayor a few minutes ago, the clear direction of Hamilton City Council is not to proceed with development on the Greenbelt. And while staff have been directed to meet the facilitator, the 10 directions to guide development that Hamilton has directed staff to use as their guide in those meetings are not compatible with any input to the facilitator or to the province that is not calculated to prevent non-agricultural development from ever happening on these lands. It is not the statements only of Hamilton Council that must oppose the Greenbelt removals. The orientation of every public servant and every staff member in every interaction with the province must be adversarial with respect to any effort to facilitate building anything on these Greenbelt lands. Every question asked by the ministry should be followed with the consideration, how can I answer in a way that will slow any construction on these lands down? The longer you delay, the better. Secondly, allowing construction to proceed on these Greenbelt scandal lands will actually slow down housing supply. And the only approach to the Greenbelt scandal lands in Hamilton that is consistent with the province's own stated objectives is for city staff and the mayor and council to do everything they can to prevent these lands from being built. Mayor Horvath rightly pointed out that this land is not necessary or helpful to deliver the housing that Hamilton needs, but it's worse than that. Housing supply in the Golden Horseshoe, including in Hamilton, is being throttled by shortage of labor, equipment, and materials that can't easily be fixed in the short term. The only way to increase housing output in Hamilton and the GTHA is to shift resources that are going into inefficient forms of housing, like low-density single detached houses, like sites that are not already serviced, like sites outside of existing built-up areas, direct resources away from those to more efficient types of housing, compact housing, infill housing, housing in locations that already have schools and sewers and roads. That's the only way that we're actually going to increase the net output of housing. As it stands, each and every home that would get built on the Greenbelt, if you fail to stop that from happening, will come at the expense of a larger number of lower cost homes elsewhere in the city of Hamilton. And that means that even according to the terms of the facilitator's own mandate, the only input that you can rightly give to the facilitator, if you choose to continue dealing with them, is that development should be conditional on none of the development within these lands consisting of housing. You should.
Bill, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Sure. Council should include and prohibit the use of decentralized sewage systems that might facilitate development of these lands. And council should direct the facilitator to commit that your request is that these lands not be developed for any purpose other than agricultural purposes, and that in your view, any non-agricultural development of these lands would impede the increase of housing supply in Hamilton.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off there.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Bristol. You're next, followed by Kathleen Livingston. All right, please go ahead when you're ready.
Council, dignitaries, and everyone here. Okay. My wife and I live on Garner Road. I've been there for many years. Property's been in the family since the early 30s. We have 5 generations that have been on the farm. And we're going to get tired of this one. Book Road Residents Association have been active for decades. In 2016, as you heard, the council put this back in the Greenbelt. And the night it was done, I presume the councilors that were involved in doing this know what I'm talking about. We were given no notification at all. We sat at a council meeting, and all of a sudden, councilor said, "It's going in the Greenbelt, that's it." All of us looked around and said, "What? No idea." So, besides that, all the new businesses that are opening on West Ancaster, they need customers. They need business. The customers need a place to shop. So instead of them having to drive miles, everything's fine that they can build in our area. The majority of the people here are against us going out of the green belt. But where is our side? We've got the property to sell. These people are saying you can't sell because we're putting you in the green belt. I think we should have a right to have a say in this too. We've been kept short on this for a long time. And besides that, all these houses are built in the 50s and the 60s. A lot of the members here today weren't old enough to know or don't even know about it. There were conflicts back then, but as the population said, we need more houses, and so they took the farmland and built on them. Now, all these people that are living in these houses and farmland, I try to stop anybody else from buying a place into the green belt. So, there's two sides of the story, and I think it's time our side got heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. The next speaker is Kathleen Livingston, followed by Lucia. Thank you. Iatano. Kathleen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to say hello to my very able councillor, Tammy Huang. We are very ably represented in Ward 4 by Tammy, and I'm happy to see you on this committee. I I had a prepared statement and most of it has been dealt with. And so I'm going to ad lib just a little bit to emphasize what I feel is really critical to the issue we're dealing with here in Hamilton. And that really is the issue of how we want our democracy to proceed in Ontario. And it has been said that we are right now exercising a democracy that is thwarting Doug Ford and his agenda. And I think that it's important to recognize just how important it is to do that. Democracy lives or dies in the towns and villages in the cities where the people live, and this is us. This is our democracy, and it's being thwarted. And let's be clear, once that bar is brought down, it does not get raised again. So the fact that we are collectively here to make sure it happens gives me great heart. I am looking forward to hearing about the motion that this committee will be bringing. I cannot stay. I just want to say one thing to the folks who have voiced their dissatisfaction with the previous Greenbelt exercise, that which brought their properties into the Greenbelt. And I would just point out, first of all, I'm a newcomer in that sense. I didn't know about the Greenbelt before, but it sounds like there's a very valid case that needs to be investigated, and I applaud you for being here tonight to voice that. But be sure that another flawed process that is currently underway is not going to rectify the flawed process from which you suffered. So while we're at it, while we're supporting you in what you deem an injustice, support the democracy that we count on now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Our next speaker, Lucia Iatono, followed by Jordan Boyer, Andrew Wright, Jasmine Montrechard from the Youth Power for Climate Justice. Lucia?
Hi, just a quick point of order is that the next delegation is actually here in person and not virtual.
That's excellent.
No worries. Hello, members of council. We've had a lot of talk tonight about how the Greenbelt land grabs are a generational equity issue. I stand before you as somebody's grandkid. My grandparents are not watching, but I'll shout them out anyway. We don't have to look very far to find generational equity problems in Hamilton. On hot days, I wish I could go take a swim in the Hamilton Harbor, but I can't. It would be awesome if our blast network from the 30s was still in place, but now we're going to try to reconstruct it. These are things that are forward-looking, and right now when we look forward, the picture is not great. I've been before you before to delegate about climate impacts. This week, it might have flown under the radar, but there was a release of a provincial report, which has been buried for the last 8 months, about just exactly the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about when we talk about needing farmland. When we talk about infrastructure, we're looking at billions and billions of dollars of things that we're going to have to repair at the same time as we're losing billions and billions of dollars of stuff due to our changing climate and the impacts. What we're talking about is extreme precipitation threatening stormwater, and we're already sitting on $1 billion stormwater crisis. What we're talking about is climate change impacting the roads that we have already every year, needing to be fixed more and more and more. And you know, right, people are angry about the tax increases, and it's absolutely not your fault because this is the century where every year taxes go up. When we talk about these things and we talk about the impact that sprawl has, sprawl makes all of this worse. It's unsustainable at the heart, right? This idea, nobody since time immemorial has said, I would like to be really far from all the goods I need to survive, and I'd like to drive there. When the Greenbelt was originally made, people thought it was inconceivable that we were going to commute from one side into the other side and then turn around and drive back across that barrier. In the last 20 years, that shifted. Now it's normal to have these very long commutes that young people are getting suckered into. At some point, we need to draw the line. And that point definitely should be before developers get to gerrymander the line. And what we're seeing right now is a process that absolutely, as other people have said, erodes democracy. So to be concise in what we're asking you to do, we are asking Hamilton as a city to stand up for its citizens, present and future, against what we see as an absolutely indefensible process that sets a precedent that means that whoever is in charge of the province of Ontario gets to be the master of all of its lands. And what we want is for Hamilton to assume its role. We are on the leading edge of some fatal cuts to environmental protection and to democratic process. And behind us, as we form that edge of resistance, there are many other forces like the Indigenous delegates tonight that will present a united front. And I look forward to seeing the motion. I look forward to seeing how you vote. I know that you're standing up for the citizens here, and we support you in taking that fight to the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Our next speakers are Jordan Boyer, Andrew Wright, Jasmine Monrichard, and that is then going to be followed by Bianca Metz. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we were wondering whether, since there are 3 of us with 1 delegation, if we could be given leeway with the 5-minute mark. We won't go very far over.
I will give you a little bit of leeway, but you are registered as one delegation. And we are about halfway through, and I see about half of the people still here. So please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Right. Hi, my name is Jordan. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a grade 12 student at Westmount Secondary. Thank you for having us up here. We appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts and perspective. Yet at the same time, I feel it would be wrong not to acknowledge the strangeness of this. I'm 17 and I have a lot, like a concerning amount of calculus to do. I should be hunched over my desk studying, as my other classmates no doubt are. It's an AP class, so you know we're all nerds. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Honestly, at 17 years old, my biggest problem should be whether or not I can find the derivative of this or that function, not whether or not the land I live on will be habitable in a decade or not. And I'll cut straight to the point. The Greenbelt must be preserved. Biodiversity is a key factor in resiliency against climate change. And already I can see how my summer and my world as a child is so much different than my sister's, only 8 years younger than myself, which when you think about it is really not that long. She's living in an entirely different world. Just this last June, she and her classmates were unable to go outside because of the poor air quality caused by the wildfires. This is something I never encountered, nothing. It's like something I never even had to worry about. And in our current situation, removing parts of one of the most biodiverse regions in Southern Ontario is one of the most foolish things our government could do. Even the promised benefit of more housing falls flat. We need the wetlands of the Greenbelt to manage stormwater, as well as the other ecosystems that provide critical ecological processes for our land. Will it really matter if we have more houses, unaffordable houses at that, if we are drowning in floods and extreme weather events? Let's make the right choice and ensure Ontario is a safe place for us all, now and forever. Thank you.
Hello, City Councilors. Thank you again. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to speak about the development of the Greenbelt. My name is Jasmine Montrichard, and I'm a grade 11 student that goes to St. Jean de Brebeuf Catholic Secondary School. I really want to emphasize that the Greenbelt is insanely crucial to the long-term health of our region, our people, but ultimately to the people of Canada. The Greenbelt hinders food insecurity and protects farmland. And protects farmland. I want to say that if we implement plans to develop the Greenbelt, we are promoting food insecurity. And as statistics show, 18% of Canadians in Canada show face some level of food insecurity issues. And that is equivalent to approximately 6.9 million Canadians. I also, moreover, I also want to say that the Greenbelt promotes the biodiversity of many native species that reside in Ontario, thousands and thousands of them. With this lack of biodiversity, we are promoting the drive of extinction for millions and millions of native species. And one last point I also want to make is that the development of the Greenbelt puts a huge burden on us, on future generations, but also on especially youth. I don't even think I should be even up here like talking about this because I should be like studying at school and worrying about any other things in my life. But the Greenbelt is really important for the future of generations and making sure that the future is sustainable for all. Yeah, I'll pass it over to Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Jasmine. So I was given the job of concluding, so I'll keep us on time. But my name is Andrew Wright. I use he, him pronouns. I'm in grade 12 and I go to Westdale Secondary School. Yeah, I'm here because I care about creating a future that we want to live in together. This is a battle for my future. This is a battle for my children's future. This is for my grandchildren, generations in the future. And it's important that we make the right decision now. I wanted to emphasize, I went to school, I'm still in school, and I've learned that about 50% of our population lives in this southern Ontario part of our world. And that's actually known as the St. Lawrence Lowlands. I paid attention grade 9 geography, I promise. And this is prime farmland. We don't have a lot of that in Canada. I mean, 50% of it is rock, Canadian Shield. And it's really important that we keep these lands as a way to sustain ourselves, because if we don't, we might not be able to protect our populations. And I also wanted to mention our responsibility to our country. We have 50% of our population here. We have a very large responsibility to our country to protect our population. We have a responsibility to the world. We have 20% of the world's freshwater reserves in our Great Lakes. If we take away these lands that are filtering that water, filtering our clean air, we don't have the capacity to help the rest of the world in the future. So it's not just about us anymore. It's about the rest of the world too. So we at Youth Power for Climate Justice, forget the name sometime, I know, wordful. We are asking you to stand against injustice and corruption. We're asking you to not cooperate with the provincial government, which is this motion that you are going to do, and I look forward to seeing the outcome. It's time for our government to make responsible decisions so that we youth shouldn't have to make it when I'm 17, I'm not even 18 yet. I know, I'm a minor, it's crazy. And we are asking you to please make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you run into Sadie Danko in class, tell her dad says hi. Our next presenter, Bianca Metz, followed by Nancy McKeel.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Council, for hosting tonight. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm really excited to talk about something I'm very passionate about, and a few of the people in this room know what that is. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach today. All of my colleagues and my friends here are creating a beautiful case to opposition in this, and to save our Greenbelt, and to bring that story to light. I'm here to present a tool to you. I'm here in hopes that you will, at the end of the day, listen to something that could be a part of the solution. At the end of the day, we still have a housing crisis. We still have to house Hamiltonians. We still have to house incoming residents in Hamilton. And so one of the solutions to that is in a different approach to, instead of urban sprawl and instead of single family homes that will house 2 people when they're built for 6, to house them in a smaller footprint in the form of tiny homes. So my name is Bianca Metz, so I probably should have started with that. I am a tiny house consultant and sustainable living specialist. And not 49 days ago, I hosted a tiny home show at this very venue, in this very room. And it was extremely well attended. We had 4,500 people show up to that event in 3 days. And that tells me a lot of things, and it should tell you a lot of things as well. That there's an appetite for this, that there's a need for this, and there is an absolute sheer desperation that is this housing crisis. And so what I suggest to you, and what I'm hoping to recommend, is we can have this conversation at another time, but there is an affordable housing framework that I developed a few years ago that I have been presenting to municipalities and counties across Ontario. One most notable county who adopted this framework is Grey County, and this framework specifically is tiny homes on leased land. And so what this allows is an individual to own their own compliant home and lease land on somebody else's property. So instead of, secondary dwelling units that allow a property owner to build something to rent out, increasing rental supply, we're actually increasing home ownership we're increasing net worth, we're increasing value, we're increasing quality of life. And we're doing that in the current and existing footprint that already exists in Hamilton. So Hamilton has a lot of lands, we've got a lot of uses for those lands, and we have a really massive capacity to be able to do this. So Grey County has implemented this policy. I really hope to share it with you, and I really hope that you will consider these solutions, because at the end of the day, what is going to happen when you say, freeze our urban boundary, do not touch our green belts, and do not touch our farmland, is someone is going to turn around and they're going to say, okay, well then what? And it is your responsibility to come up with the solution that makes sense for Hamilton. And I really think that something like this is going to be a part of the solution. And that is pretty much it for me. So thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Next presenter, Nancy McKeel, followed by Martha Howitt.
Hello. There are two ways to think about what it would mean to build on the Greenbelt. The first way is to think about what it would mean for Ontario's natural heritage system, our food supply, and the environment. I think everyone agrees from this perspective it would be very bad. There hasn't been one voice that has said, yes, we want to increase our carbon footprint as much as possible, or anything similar. There is no dispute that building on the Greenbelt is bad from this perspective. The other way is to think about what it means for housing and for the city. After all, housing and growth is at the center of this conversation. What it would mean regarding how we address growth is that Hamilton's housing plan would violate each of the 10 smart growth principles that are well accepted across the land development community. As I am sure the Planning Committee knows, smart growth is an overall approach that provides sustainable communities with benefits that relate to the environment, health, and economics. If I had more time, I would list the 10 smart growth principles and elaborate on how building on the Greenbelt violates each of these principles. In a nutshell, regardless of which way you look at this, one cannot help but conclude that the provincial government, in my opinion, is attempting to force municipalities to go in a profoundly dumb direction, one that will be irreversible if we are forced to take it. I'd like to address the advertisement that appeared on the front page of the Spectator this week, paid for by the Book Road West Landowners Group. The advertisement points out that in 2005, the Book Road property was not included in the Greenbelt. That's true. But what's also true is that the property zoning never afforded the landowners the opportunity to pursue medium and high density housing or any other urban uses for that matter, unless in direct service to the rural local community. What the property did afford the landowners, however, prior to the land being included in the Greenbelt, was speculative value. Landowners could dream that one day, because of sprawl, zoning, and other restrictions would change, allowing lucrative development. Unfortunately for these landowners, speculation is not a guarantee. The advertisement suggests that putting these lands into the Greenbelt was a political decision to stop the construction of housing, stop the creation of new communities, and stop Hamilton from welcoming new residents. These suggestions are very bothersome and not true. The Book Road property was added to the Greenbelt because of a coordinated review that concluded that the property needed to be in the Greenbelt. These coordinated reviews that happen every 10 years act as a comprehensive review of Ontario's 4 land use plans: the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Greenbelt plan, the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, and the Niagara Escarpment Plan. The general purpose of these 4 provincial plans is to manage growth, build complete communities, curb sprawl, and protect the natural environment within the Greater Golden Horseshoe, all of which support Canada's climate change agenda. When these plans were systematically reviewed by the province using a comprehensive consultation process, it was determined that the Book Road West property needed to be in the Greenbelt with the overall good of all Ontarians in mind. Finally, in conclusion, I stand alongside my fellow Hamiltonians in calling on you to not partake in any discussion with the provincial government about community benefits related to building on the Greenbelt. Rather, let's focus on how we are going to reach our housing targets without building on the Greenbelt and stand firm in our position that the land must be returned. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next speaker is Martha Howitt, followed by Joe Minor. Martha, if you're able to make your way to the podium. There you are. Thank you.
Hi. Yep. Thank you. I probably don't need it. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Alyssa General. She's a First Nations woman who tried to get in last week, but wasn't able to. She's just left with her 6-month-old who's getting fussy. So she came back this week hoping to speak, but was a little bit nervous. So she's asked me to speak on her behalf. So she is saying, in many ways, it feels like we are fighting for the conscience of the country. The first time I heard of the Greenbelt, I was 16 and reading in Vanity Fair's Green issue on how Wangari Maathai had been granted a Nobel Prize for solving an ecological and economic issue by empowering the women in her community to plant trees. You see, her community had been experiencing the forced destruction of deforestation, and in turn, this stripped the land of its topsoil, removing the anchor for the cash crops her community needed to survive both physically and financially. In Alyssa's language, the word to need something means I make it for myself from the earth. What are we making for ourselves, and what future are we leaving for her children? Wangari Maathai once said, we owe it to ourselves and to the next generation to conserve the environment so that we can bequeath our children a sustainable world that benefits all. It is, in my opinion, this is the laziest solution to a housing crisis. If our government was listening to the core of what its people was saying, this is a crisis of affordability. We are in the midst of a climate crisis. The idea of economy over ecology no longer serves us. I ask that you return these lands to their protected, untouched status, as to open them up for development is to do wrong by future generations. So I think I have time to read mine too.
Please proceed.
Okay. I think the last time that I spoke in public was at a funeral, and this feels like a little bit like a eulogy. I grew up in an area that was still orchards, grasslands, and woods. And I remember clean creeks, pheasants, jackrabbits, and playing road hockey on what is now a busy street. My childhood home is gone, and the area is built up beyond recognition, as are many other areas of Hamilton and the surroundings. I get that we desperately need housing, and whatever happens, I hope that the planning is more inventive and outside the box than what happened in my old neighborhood. I have researched areas of Europe where social housing is mixed to prevent ghettos and to foster community, and I wonder, why can't we do this within our urban boundaries? Some European cities have 70% social housing, beautiful, interesting, mixed housing with lots of green space. Canada is the 9th largest economy in the world, and yet we have an embarrassing large homeless situation, renovictions based on greed, and investment properties sitting empty. We suffer from NIMBYism and entitlement. Why can't our levels of government work together to come up with a solution to build within our urban boundaries? I'm cognizant of the fact that our provincial government, in my opinion, is enriching itself and its cronies on the backs of taxpayers. Some municipalities are projecting a 60% increase in taxes to pay for the infrastructure in the former Greenbelt. As the gentleman said, maybe it's not going to be up front, but down the road, we have to maintain that sprawl. We can't allow ourselves to be courted with parks and community centers. I want my park to be the Greenbelt. and if possible, a new green belt, a bigger one that's beyond what it is previously or now. Not everyone is destined to own a home, and we need to educate people to the benefits of renting or perhaps owning a floor of a house. We need to think outside the box and not let our provincial government dictate what we want. We voted no, our council voted no, and we need to tell the Ford government that no means no. I may never again play road hockey on the street I grew up on, and kids may never grow up with a neighborhood of pheasants, but let's plan for them to grow up in a neighborhood where they know the people down the hall, where they have clean drinking water and fresh, local, affordable food. Let's not let kids grow up knowing we messed up by paving over the most valuable farmland in Canada and took away their opportunity to live a short distance from the largest greenbelt in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. Our next speaker is Joe Minor, followed by Annette Taylor.
So, about 2 years ago, I developed a new hobby. I bought this microphone, which allows you to make recordings of the high frequency bat calls. You plug it into your cell phone or tablet. It makes a recording. You have to rent very expensive software to analyze the data, to shift the frequency and to get a species identification. I've used this microphone over the past 2 years to record bat calls at 11 locations in Ontario and in 3 foreign countries. I was fortunate over the dates of August 26th to September 6th to be given permission to visit 7 properties in the Ancaster Greenbelt lands in and surrounding the Book Road removal lands. I was frankly very surprised at what I found. I found far more bats there than I expected. I made recordings of all 8 species of bat that live in Ontario. 7 of those species are endangered species at risk. Those 7 species are little brown myotis, eastern small-footed myotis, northern myotis, tricolored bat. It's just really sad. Eastern red bat, hoary bat, and silver-haired bat. And so I visited 7 properties in the Book Road removal area. Every property had at least 1 endangered species at risk bat on it. 2 of the properties had 2 endangered species at risk bats on them, and the remaining 4 properties had 3 endangered species at risk bat species on them. All of this information, it turns out, so I tried to consult experts. None of this would be of any surprise to any bat expert. This is information that is in the species recovery plans for the species of bats that are provincial species recovery plans. So in other words, I thought this was a big discovery. Turns out that this was common knowledge that either was known or should have been known by the Ford government when it made this plan. So just to kind of get an idea of what it would mean to convert this area to residential development. I have, over the past 2 years, made 440 nightly recordings out of a residential property in Ward 1 of Hamilton, which is my house. And I have to say that the ratio of bats, of endangered species at risk bats, in the Book Road removal lands compared to a typical house in the city is about 100 to 1. I mean, it is just not even close. And so there is really no doubt that this would be a significant problem and a significant amount of habitat loss to what are certainly summer roosting sites and are probably maternal roosting sites for these endangered species at risk bat. I wish I could go into the geeky technical details, but I'm at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so I'll let it go. Bye.
Thank you, Joe.
See you.
Our next speaker is Annette Taylor, followed by Lily Noble. Annette is a virtual delegation. I'm not seeing Annette in the meeting, so I'm going to make a note of that. And we will do a final announcement at the end. So moving on, Lily Noble, you are our next in-person speaker.
Good evening, councillors and concerned citizens. My name's Lily Noble, and I'm here on behalf of Stop Sprawl Hammond. Great. Oh, obviously, you're here. Some people have said the buck stops with me. We've heard that. But we all know those were empty words. People who take responsibility for their actions don't just say, oh, sorry, and then not fix the problem they created. They are empty words. So I would suggest that the buck stops with us, that we need to do the right thing, that we continue with orderly development within previous urban boundaries in Hamilton, and build housing using good municipal planning principles, not on Greenbelt and not on recent urban expansion lands. Therefore, we should reject the use of the provincial facilitator. We can protect prime Hamilton farmland, vital wetlands, and other natural heritage features while building more homes. Doing this will ensure our food security, protect us from future flooding risks, make more efficient use of expensive infrastructure and transit, and create one of the most resilient municipalities in Ontario and the world. But we can't eat concrete. So council should delay all meetings with the provincial facilitator and halt all growth plans on the Greenbelt and urban expansion lands until such time as the RCMP determines there are grounds to undertake a criminal investigation. And we should have a public inquiry into who knew what and when about the Greenbelt grab. It would have been different if some developers hadn't been given the heads up to buy cheap farmland, passed brown envelopes to housing ministry staff, then saw their land values balloon by over $8 billion. It would have been different if there wasn't already enough land to build 2 million more homes across the greater Golden Horseshoe. There is enough land already. Different if Hamilton hadn't already reached our housing targets. We have. Since we don't trust this provincial government to look out for our best interests and to act with integrity, we should reject any involvement with the provincial facilitator to build on Greenbelt. We say the buck stops here in Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Just checking the time, it's almost 9 o'clock. We have 10 registered delegations to go, and I really appreciate everybody that is sticking around through the entirety of this. Our next delegation is Mary Love, followed by Don McLean.
Hello, I'd like to do what Martha did. Someone who was microphone shy asked me if I would give their comments, and then I have some of my own. Is that okay?
Yes, please go.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. the microphone's right, but how to get the paper right. Hello, councillors, staff, and Madam Mayor. I'm a resident of Ward 12 and a fifth-generation farmer with 103 acres of land adjacent to one of the removed parcels. I'm reaching out to you as I am very concerned about the destruction of prime farmland. I've farmed the Shaver Road and Garner Road areas for as long as I can remember. My father has grown crops in the area for 50 plus years. His words to describe the land that is in jeopardy are that, quote, "These are some of the nicest soils in Ancaster," unquote. These soils have grown vegetables and potatoes for many years and now grow some of the nicest corn and soybeans around. The subject lands that will be destroyed if residential development goes ahead should be protected and kept out of harm's way so that it can continue to produce food. The lands that they are considering for development are also saturated with major wetlands and an extensive creek system. New subdivisions will only add to an already congested traffic problem and will make our roads more dangerous, as we don't have any police presence now to combat the speeding problem we currently have. The pressure of residential development on farming operations makes it very difficult to move large equipment on local roads so we can do the job we are trying to do, grow food. With subdivisions neighboring farm operations come complaints of noise, odor, and dust, all of which make farming more difficult. The roads don't get repaired now, so how will the addition of another 10 to 20,000 new vehicles, all trying to cram on our deteriorating roads, help anything? Oh, and the additional taxes we will be required to pay to maintain new infrastructure, including the stormwater tax that's new, are not in the best interest of residents or farmers. Farmers care for the land. The dirt that grows our food for future generations also filters the water. We are being punished for the past development that has wreaked havoc on our waterways. These days, when it rains, it takes about 1 to 2 days before it floods our farms, which hasn't happened my whole life and is now a regular occurrence since the watershed has been destroyed with impervious concrete and asphalt. The water has nowhere else to go, and flooding is the inevitable result. So I ask you to consider the future of agriculture and the future for our children coming up into this situation, as they are too young to understand now. But at some point, we'll figure out that the greed of a few has ruined the chance of clean water and clean food for the many. I write all of this as a farmer who has nothing to gain from the flash sale of the Book Road Greenbelt. Please do all that you can to save the Greenbelt. Sincerely, a concerned Greenbelt farmer.
Thank you, Mary. Did you have anything to add yourself? We've got about a minute left.
Oh, I thought I could. I think it's 1 minute and 30 seconds. The question to trying to talk as fast as the young people. The question tonight is, should you negotiate with the province in hopes of getting a better shake for Hamilton? The facilitator might be a better person than those who send her, but you can't get a clean pail of water from a polluted river. If you can't trust the negotiating team, you can't trust their agreement. According to Google, you should definitely not negotiate if your counterpart exhibits unethical behaviors. You've already said in July that this whole situation really stinks. If something smells really bad, do you walk toward it holding your nose or walk briskly away holding your nose? Here's some of the unethical behaviors Ma Google cites.
Sorry, Mary. I'm going to give you a warning and just. If you
But
could
Martha
wrap up
got
your
her
comments.
whole time. That's what I asked you, and you said yes.
You're at your time, so just please wrap up your comments.
Number 1, withholding information. Number 2, intimidation tactics. Number 3, lying. And counselors, unethical people will always twist your words and actions. Doesn't matter how under how much protest you open the door to the provincial facilitator. The folks behind the Greenbelt grab will portray you as being part of the process of dismantling the Greenbelt parcels. As Ma Google urges, when a negotiator exhibits unethical behavior, stick to your guns and cover your position or discredit them. They've already discredited themselves, so that leaves sticking to your guns, covering your position, and keeping your own credit by listening to your constituents, the people of Hamilton. Therefore, I respectfully urge that you tell the province no dice on begging for community benefits, that the only community benefit we will accept is keep your promise forward, give back the Greenbelt. And I did think that you were saying I could do my 1 minute and 30 seconds because Martha got her whole time. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Don McLean, followed by Cynthia Mayer. Don is online. I see you, Don.
Thank you.
And I hear you.
Thank you, Chair Danko. And thank you, councilors, for accommodating us tonight and hearing from the community the various viewpoints that have been presented to you. I want to take it back a little bit, step back a little bit. It's a long evening and there's been a lot of good input, and I know there are a lot of written submissions. I would suggest that you are being abused by the province, by the provincial government. All of you, I believe, are elected officials. You have been selected by people who live in this community as their representative. You are not some appointee that somebody else can come along and say you don't matter. But I think in effect what you're being told by the provincial government is that you don't matter. There is what I would call, I think pretty obviously is, a threat. It's called a ministerial zoning order, MZO, and it will be issued and you will have no input according to this threat. And therefore you are being told you must meet with the provincial facilitator in hopes of getting some input through some back door. But in fact, no ministerial zoning order has been issued. And the province has even promised that it will not issue ministerial zoning orders unless municipal governments request them. And this municipal government definitely has not done so. It has said exactly the opposite, correctly in my view. So this is, to me, further evidence that what we call democracy in this province has been seriously undermined. If we step back and look at where this Greenbelt came from, I think it starts with a commission in the 1990s headed by Anne Golden. And you may have seen Anne Golden had a piece in The Spectator recently with David Crombie. And Anne Golden's report recognized that sprawl, low density development, is a fiscal disaster for cities. The Greenbelt and the growth plan both came out of this understanding, and they were instituted, in my view, to advance the public good, to lower municipal costs, to protect foodlands and agriculture, to protect remaining wetlands, forests, and biodiversity. And they were both implemented nearly 20 years ago with subsequent improvements. They're positive for the climate, they reduce emissions, and they improve our ability to adapt to the climate impacts we're already facing. They're good for the public, and they're good for municipal finances. But a substantial change is being imposed by, well, it's evident who it's being imposed by. I don't need to make any nasty comments here. Despite wide public support for the Greenbelt and for the protection of biodiversity and for action on climate change, We now have a government in charge in Queen's Park that is basically has changed the rules. And they are, and that's not fair to you. Like I say, you are elected officials. You are supposed to be, and you are in fact, I think, sworn to represent the public interest and represent the public good. So you don't have a choice in terms of the kinds of situation that is being imposed upon you by the provincial government. You have to take a position that says, no, this is wrong. And I'm suggesting that it's not just because of the Greenbelt. It's not just because of the issue that's immediately before us. It's because of whether or not we continue to be some kind of a functioning democracy, or we have switched to a situation where essentially the premier gets to decide everything. We saw this with respect to the conservation authorities in Bill 23. We saw it with respect to the changes to the Ontario Wetland Evaluation. We saw it with respect to the elimination of the growth plan, the elimination of density targets. This is a these are decisions being made without consultation at all, without any kind of discussion, any opportunity to input for input. So when you get offered the opportunity to go in a back door with a provincial facilitator who is not working for us and not working for you, but is working for that government that has done all of these things, the answer needs to be no. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don. Up now is Cynthia Meyer, and then up after her will be Ann Washington. Cynthia, are you in the crowd today? Cynthia? Cynthia Meyer?
I'm online.
Ah, okay. I didn't see you.
I'm trying
Welcome,
to
Cynthia.
get the video on, but I'm having trouble with that.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I thank you. I thank you all after this long evening for an opportunity to speak to the Ontario government plans to provide more housing for Ontario residents. I am Cynthia Meyer and a member of a grassroots organization called the Community Permaculture Lab, and a member of a volunteer group which we affectionately call ourselves the Hubbers. We volunteer for the Hub. The Hub feeds the homeless in downtown Hamilton, as well as providing many other essential services for the downtown population. We meet every Wednesday to help our community, so we know very well the extreme need for housing in downtown Hamilton, not in the suburbs. Independent planners and even government's own staff has said there's space enough within the present Hamilton boundaries to do this. Therefore, we see no reason to consider the so-called Greenbelt Development Plan, especially in light of recent revelations of Ontario government practices. They are not offering a solution to our real housing problems. House the poor, the working poor, house the homeless. Please take care of the mentally ill, not the suburban elite. Today, I have visited our lush Niagara region to buy local produce, and I am again impressed by the richness of Southwest Ontario. At our Community Permaculture Lab, we are so deeply concerned with our food security and seek to restore the fertility of the soils, especially in urban areas. We teach and encourage others to do it for themselves. We work hard at this because the climate crisis is upon us now. So it's crushing to me that despite my best efforts and that of my friends and many concerned others, the Ontario government will so cavalierly pave over the richest soil in Canada. It is right there in Southwest Ontario, and it is ours and yours as our representatives to protect. We are doing our part. Now, please do yours. It's a sacred duty that we all share. What good is your bulging purse when there's no food in the cupboard? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Cynthia. Our next speaker is Ann Washington, followed by Michael Corrado.
As you know so much and have heard so much about the issues surrounding the Greenbelt, I was conflicted about whether to come and share a few of my thoughts with you tonight, but I'm here for better or for worse. Firstly, I'd like to thank the City of Hamilton for sponsoring these events that have enabled citizens to explore more about the Ontario government's plan to renege on its promise, squarely placing our precious Greenbelt into the hands of developers. Thankfully, the provincial government in 2005 wisely legislated to remove swaths of environmentally sensitive land and over 1 million acres of prime agricultural land to protect them from uncontrolled urban development. This move was intended to safeguard the resources vital to cleaning air, carbon, and the other things you've heard about. That safeguard has been removed by the current government, with 792 hectares of Hamilton's Greenbelt gone. So, you've heard it all tonight. You don't really need to hear any more. However, I, like thousands of other Hamilton individuals and many agencies, are letting elected politicians and civil servants know how angry, upset, and saddened we are, especially, see, there it is, especially given that Hamilton has enough approved land within the urban boundary to meet their 10-year projected housing targets without encroaching on Greenbelt lands. Any argument to the contrary is mute. As your concerning public event on September the 5th, people were further informed about the invitation to join in with the planners of the provincial government to look at those plans for that taken land. All efforts to stop that development must be made before any such discussion is involved. By approving and by going with those provincial facilitators, it minimizes my message and that of our City Council that Greenbelt lands must not be developed. And in closing, I want to appeal to you on a more personal level. You've seen the devastation in the news, the hurricanes, the flooding, the fires that now consume all that we need to live upon. In this frightening era of undeniable climate change, driven in part by the destruction of green spaces, is this how our government best serves us? To be part of the problem instead of part of the solution? I'm frustrated and worried for the planet and this province, and for my grandchild and all the children who will inherit our mistakes. Please take this message with you and to continue to fight for our shared future. Of course, no building on the green belt, no involvement with the province, with those facilitators. Now, to conclude, more conclusion. At church, when we're in a project, I turn to the congregation and say, can we do this? And I get a response. I'm going to try it. Can we save the Hamilton Greenbelt? Come on, yeah. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Anne. Next speaker is Michael Corrado, followed by George King.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Chairman Danko, councilors. My name is Michael Corrado, and I'm a landowner on Book Road West since 2005. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to council and everyone in attendance, as this is key to our functioning democracy. Book Road lands are privately held. The province, the city, the feds do not own any of these lands. They have been held in private hands since Confederation. They are held by 134 individuals or families who bought and paid for their lands, with most being multi-generational owners who no longer make a living farming the land. With multiple severances over the years, the lands no longer function as a traditional farming community, but are rather a mixed-use group of small businesses, some residences, sod farms, flower farms, tree farms, and most importantly, natural heritage features. These natural heritage features total over 32% of all the lands in this block and will forever be retained in trust as per our landowner group's first priority. These natural features cannot and will not be developed by us or anyone else. Planning engineering departments will verify that those lands can never be touched. We are in charge of our lands, and these natural features remain our first pillar. The city over time has encroached on these lands with industrial parcels immediately west and east, residential and commercial to the north, the Walmart Plaza, the Longo's Plaza, et cetera, et cetera. Of the 1,800 acres, only 20% is currently active cash crop farmland. The balance is residential, et cetera, et cetera. And that 20% is depleting quickly because it's not sustainable. I also have been asked to read a letter from David Vinn, who could not be here tonight, from Vinn Flowers. So David Vinn is a third generation farmer, and he has written a letter here, which I think you all have already, but he wanted me to read it. Dear Council, I am unable to attend and speak at the upcoming Planning Committee meeting to be held Thursday, September 14th, but wanted to provide my unique perspective on this issue. I am a third generation farmer with land in the Book Road West block, recently removed from the Greenbelt. As well, these lands were only put into the Greenbelt in 2016 against the recommendations of a taxpayer-funded, environmentally studied, prepared by Dillon Consulting. Our planners over here can verify that. So this removal is a rightful correction to a previous political injustice. My family has worked these lands since 1960, and through the years, the business has changed from wholesale produce to pick your own fruits and vegetables, and finally into two separate flower operations. These changes were due to shifts in demographics and the economics of farming in general. It has become very difficult to make any profit growing produce on a small scale. To reach the required economics of scale, you need a minimum of 200 acres of flat, well-drained, sandy loam soil. While we are proud of our Ancaster heritage, we also recognize that it is time for a change. Developing this block is the right move for Ancaster and the right move for the few farms left in this block. I hear a lot of talk about why we should save this farmland, and while I can appreciate that soundbite, I think it is important to hear from an actual farmer. Below are a few of the many reasons why, as a farmer, I supported the development of a beautiful community in the Book Road lands. Number one, this is not prime farmland. It never has been, and it never will be. In fact, I recently purchased a farm in Tillsonburg, and I can tell you from experience that that is prime farmland. The land rents for $150 per acre on Book Road compared to Norfolk County / Tillsonburg, where lands rent for $450 to $700 an acre. That's what farmers are willing to pay in Tillsonburg for that kind of soil, and that should speak volumes. Number two, leaving this as farmland doesn't help the farmers on this block. It's become far too dangerous to drive heavy farming equipment down the road. The block is sandwiched between homes to the north, commercial to the west, the future airport development to the east. No one farm is big enough to be economically viable on its own, which means moving equipment down the road to other parcels of land. Recently installed curbs on Garner Road make moving some of this equipment both extremely dangerous and in some cases impossible. Number three, prior to 2016, this land was considered white belt lands to be included in the future development plan for Ancaster. Why else would we have Walmart, Canadian Tire, Longo's, Rona, and all those other stores locate Kitty Murray to this block? It only makes sense to develop a beautiful community within walking distance of grocery and shopping amenities.
So, Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you could please wrap up your comments.
Yep, one more point.
Mhm.
We don't have a shortage of farmland in Ontario. We have a shortage of houses. This is David. This is a third generation farmer speaking. It's not me. I drive an hour to my Tilsonburg farm 3 times a week, and the last 45 minutes of my drive there through beautiful prime is through beautiful prime farmland. We do not have a shortage of food producing land in Ontario. Furthermore, the advancement and efficiency in vertical farming is proving to be the way of the future. I appreciate the opportunity to share my experience and trust that you will take this into consideration while planning for the future of this land. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is George King, followed by Nabucco and Scott McKnight. George King, you're still here? Okay, thank you. Nabucco and Scott McKnight.
Good evening. My name is Nobuko McNee, and I'd like to speak a little bit of my thoughts about environment and our human rights. I simply like the idea of the green belt. When natural environment is deteriorating, as you see, we have to protect our protect the green belt. We have to stand up now to protect the environment and protect our human rights, our right to be able to feed ourselves, our right to live in a healthy environment, our right to be able to have a shelter. We need farmland. We need to grow food and feed ourselves. The greenbelt and farmland must not be paved. We cannot recover fertile farmland once it is paved. The Greenbelt area was chosen with a lot of studies to sustain our healthy environment. The Greenbelt lands must remain untouched as indispensable for our children's healthy future. It must not be destroyed. We must protect it. We must protect the environment. Urban sprawl costs our city an enormous amount of money. This money has to be spent building affordable homes for as many people as possible. Thank you.
A wise indigenous person said, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children." I believe that two solid reports by the provincial auditor and the ethics commissioner have laid bare the corruption behind the Ford government's disastrous decision. The city must not cooperate with this shameful, undemocratic, and very likely illegal process. We implore Planning Committee members, Mayor Horvath, and all city councilors to instruct city staff to brainstorm every possible way to delay, discourage, and stop all development proposals, including rejection of the provincial facilitator and other questionable MZO development projects green-lighted by the Ford government. To cooperate with such corruption spells the death of the Greenbelt and its vital protection of our precious air, water, and land resources. Developers will fall over themselves lining up to buy Greenbelt protected lands. Unwilling Greenbelt landowners should be compensated fairly and the land sold to the government. City Council voted unanimously to oppose development outside existing city boundaries. It understands the unsustainable cost of urban sprawl. Hamilton children are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabucco and Scott McNee. Next speaker is MPP Sandy Shaw, followed by Carrie Hewitson.
Good evening, Council. I'm Sandy Shaw, and I'm a member of Ontario's official opposition. I'm also the critic for the environment in the province of Ontario. And I'm going to share with you tonight what we've been engaged with at the provincial level, and hopefully this might be helpful in your deliberations tonight. So from the very beginning, we've been calling this what evidence points to a corrupted process. We know the decisions were made in the dark, against the advice of experts, and against the will of Ontarians. And certainly against any ethical standards, against democratic principles, and contrary to the laws of Ontario. We have been using every power we have to return the Greenbelt lands and to get answers for Ontarians. So far, our leader, Marit Stiles, wrote to the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner to look into the Greenbelt dealings. Her call resulted in the two explosive reports that we're talking about tonight, which detail the way in which this government conducts themselves. We called for the Minister of Housing's resignation, and we all won an important first step in accountability. We introduced legislation to tighten the Integrity Act, conflict of interest rules after revelations the developers attended a Ford family stag and doe. We also filed a complaint with the Integrity Commission to review the stag and doe, something which is very timely now, given what we now know. And I'll let you all know we are still waiting for the Integrity Commissioner to release the report on our request to investigate those Ford family functions. We've requested that the Auditor General's report be the first order of business when the committee resumes. We are supporting Environmental Defense's call for a judicial review, and we certainly support the call for an RCMP investigation. We're writing to the Auditor General to reassess Hamilton's urban boundary expansion process. And we have demanded that the House be recalled so that we can introduce legislation that will put the lands back into the Greenbelt. So I know as a council, you've been asked many times tonight to reject what is quite possibly an illegal directive from the province. And I understand the council is required by law to comply and to treat this provincial directive as legal. But here's an F, and it's a big F, and many people in the room have suggested this. If laws were passed in a legal process, are we still obligated to comply? The Environmental Defense Judicial Review application states that they are seeking in order to thwart the urban boundary expansion, as well as a determination that the ministry broke the law. Reports made clear developers had special access, received preferential treatment, described as insider dealing, deleted emails, USB keys were passed, burner phones, illegal bonus payments, and Mr. X. This is documented. And we all know this is not how planning should happen, and it's certainly not how democracy should work. Again, the Greenbelt lands, the removal has been identified as a corrupted process, but the process of the official plan amendment is just as questionable. Almost all of the ministerial amendments are site-specific. Evidence shows that these were specifically requested and granted by developers, again, because of unique special access and preferential treatment. We know we have the moral authority and the moral obligation to fight back, to defend our Greenbelt, but I believe there may be strong legal grounds. Many people have fought this government in court and won, so this process is so seriously flawed. Be kind of amazing to see Hamilton fight back, take legal action, and win. Wouldn't that be a nice thing for the city of Hamilton? And so, exactly. I mean, we're here fighting, and you know what? I think given the seriously flawed process, we might just win this. So as someone who knows exactly what it feels like to be squeezed by Doug Ford, I know many of you on that councilors know what this feels like. I want to commend City Council for passing a motion that makes really clear that our city is opposed to removing lands from the Greenbelt. I commend you for that motion. And I commend you for saying that while you are explicitly under protest or under duress, the City of Hamilton and City Council are undertaking a community engagement process. You want to consider things like agriculture, like considering prime agricultural lands, wetlands. Hey, climate change. You want to consider climate change. Like, thank you very much for that. All things that were not in the process that the province took into consideration when they made these removals. So I'm pretty sure that this is the only municipality in all of the province that not only passed these motions saying that they object under protest, but that they are meeting with in a public process. Okay, I see it, Mike. So, you know, you should be commended for doing this, I think. And so I just want to end by saying all of us are enormously proud to be from Hamilton. It's the birthplace of the Stop Sprawl movement. And as elected officials, we've all been talking about using every power, but the real power is right here in this room. And I also want to say, I do this for a living, but these delegates tonight, the young delegates, the compassionate bat expert, like, kudos to all of you. You all deserve a huge round of applause for standing up and speaking up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Sorry, MPP Shaw. So we have 2 speakers remaining, and then I will open the floor to any delegates that wish to speak. Carrie Hewitson, followed by Gloria Wade. Carrie Hewitson, are you present? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, we're going to move on. Gloria Wade.
Speaker, good evening. I didn't know whether there were
Please
going to be
speak right into the
any
microphone.
bodies left, but there are, and I'm really surprised. So I hope it's worth your while to hear the last speaker. It's no point in rehashing what the Integrity Commissioner has found. We all know that that's not what we all voted for when we cast our ballot in the provincial or even in the municipal election. Some facts are very important. We've heard about the Green Belt. We know how instrumental it is in our daily lives, but there are some very specific facts that haven't been brought up tonight. The Green Belt Foundation has stated that the lands provide not only an economic benefit of $9.6 billion, that's with a B, dollars every year to our province. Who wants to get rid of that? That's amazing. At last count, the Green Belt provides over 177,700 full-time jobs, and enriches our daily lives with 2 million acres of protected land that was put into trust, safeguards the vital resources that clean our air and water. Some of these things have been mentioned tonight, I know. Reduces our flood risk, provides a home for wildlife, we know, and ensures our communities have green space to explore for generations to come. Think of our grandkids. What are we going to leave to them if we let this go ahead? You're going to have to be really strong and standing up to an MZO. I don't know. You have to research what your options are with that. That's a big question in my mind. And that gentleman, one of the speakers who called in, was very specific about that. Sandy Shaw, if you're still here, I remember you saying last week it was a dirty deal and that you hoped council was not complicit in such a plan. And I don't think that you, and thank you for saying that, because I don't think any member up there lacks any integrity, but I don't want to see your integrity compromised by going along with this particular plan. I made 5 pages. I did a lot of research. I read the paper incessantly. I cut out everything. I follow it. I follow what you do. I follow what politicians say. I note it. I have streams and streams of newspaper articles. So I've cut my 5 pages down to whatever I have left now in these few minutes, because these very intelligent people that are here now and some have left have covered many of the points, which tells me there is a collective mind about this whole issue. And I think you all share in that collective mind. One of the things that I read in the paper was what the developers took out a whole page and gave their perspective, but really what it was just playing victim. They're not the victims at all. They have other choices, and we all know that the provinces and this municipality itself has identified reams of land that are available for housing. So the green belt is not necessary, as has been stated here tonight. And on that point of developers, I understand their point to a degree. But I think about a legacy and what a legacy we want to leave to our next generation. And in speaking about developers and their need for greed, maybe, as some have said, but isn't it better, if there's any of the developers here tonight, to think about what your actual legacy can be for your children and for the next generation that has to look after greenbelt lands? Think about that, what that means to you. Isn't that more important to leave a legacy that you went along with developing untouched and protected lands than to reap or rape protected sacred lands that provide so much to us in our daily lives? Is there no moral compass on that point? It really astounds me.
Gloria, if I could just ask you to wrap
1
up,
minute?
please.
Okay, then I'm going to skip to the last one. And that is, for those who may not know, yesterday, the TV news, federal government announced a national strategy plan. I'll cut it short. $74 million is available to each municipality as long as they submit a comprehensive plan that meets the national housing strategy. All this council has to do is apply for the Accelerator Housing Fund. The City of London was the first and is the first city to receive this funding over the next 3 years based on the merits of their housing plans, which they shared with the federal housing minister through the application process they completed and filed months ago. My question,
Thank you,
well, first,
Gloria.
I have to finish this. I'm sorry. I'm the last speaker. Give me a little bit. Okay.
We are
Some
going to
took
open
more
up to the
time.
floor, but if you could just wrap up,
Furthermore, the
please.
London mayor has generously offered to share with any municipality their own application plan for that $74 million. All you have to do is ask for it. Has Hamilton Council put together a plan for this funding? If not, why not? Will you do so and when? And with respect to the $5 million carrot,
So Gloria,
that the,
I'm just going
that
to ask
the,
you to please.
I know, I'm sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I got to get this in.
Okay, last word.
Last word. Okay. The $5 million CARA offered to municipalities by Ford, and particularly after the damning evidence from the Integrity Commissioner about the unethical
So
practices.
Gloria, you're opening up a new subject, so I'm going to ask you to please.
That $5 million is surplus funds. The provincial government is very well off with surplus funds. That $5 million could be applied and should be freed up and not have any restrictions on, and should come to this community to help deal with the housing crisis, and especially homeless. I had a
Thank you, Gloria.
I had someone with mental challenges.
We've got your point.
I have
Thank
been a
you.
volunteer on that area, in that area, to advocate for them.
Gloria,
They
I'm
need
going to
the
ask you
housing,
if we
and
could
we
please
have to
stop.
move on
We're
that.
going to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to answer your question, yes, we have applied for the Housing Accelerator Fund, and yes, we do have a comprehensive plan. So I'm just going to circle back. There was a couple online delegates that we had missed. I don't believe that they are online, but I just want to make sure. Rob Dolhai and Annette Taylor, not online. Okay, thank you. So we have completed all of our registered delegates, and just a reminder that members of the public do have the option to submit written comments to the September 27th council agenda. There are 155 pieces of written correspondence on this agenda that we have considered. So at this time, I'm going to open up the mic to any members of the public that wish to come to the floor to speak. I know we've been here for quite some time, and I really appreciate people that have stuck around. So just before you get started, we need you to sign in with your name and address and information. And the same rules apply over the 5 minutes. So anyone wishes to speak? I believe we're just signing in a few of our delegates now. Thank you. So we'll just give a moment for staff to sign in. So following the conclusion of our delegates, I do have a few notes on a couple themes that we heard. We will ask staff if they have any comments from members of committee, and then we will go to the actual report. And then the motion, or notice of motion.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jessie Chang. I live in Ancaster. I voted for you. Thank you, Council, tonight, everyone here present, the Indigenous delegations, especially the youth that had to speak here today. I apologize. My 2-year-old was up all night, so I'm a little bit tired, and I apologize if I don't sound super coherent right now. I had to be here. I'm sure many of you recognize me from the video here after I parked myself here behind the speakers to show my Mom Against Ford sign. I think that I wanted to register to speak tonight, but I didn't, because I thought there would be many, many very intelligent people speaking to this topic tonight, and they have. And I want to take a different perspective tonight and talk to the rest of you here, as well as council, around maybe more of a personal story. I have a 2-year-old. Many of my friends are in the childbearing age, let's call it. Some of them have children now. Some of them have made the decision not to have children. I went through that process as well, thinking, should we be bringing life into this world? And I see the report that came out, somebody mentioned it tonight, about the number of days that we're going to have over 30 degrees, the flooding risks that we might have, the food shortages that my child and these youth and all of these children that are coming after us are going to be facing. This man right here, you have, I'm assuming children have drawn on your shirt. We have many people who are concerned about biodiversity, which is obviously, extremely important as well in this challenge. And what I ask, and I also want to acknowledge some of the landowners here tonight. It sounds like an extremely frustrating process that you're put through, and it's exceptionally unfair. I don't think that you have to side with the conservatives' talking points in order to gain empathy from the rest of the people here, as well as other Ontarians. But what I urge everyone here is to really think about, we are at a critical point in our society where we're determining the future for our youth. And I don't know if it's a proverb or whatever it is, how are we leaving things better for the future generation? And if there's one thing that we can take away from tonight, for everyone here as well as council, is what is the right thing to do right now for these children, for my child, for my friends' children and their children after that? Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Tim Caddy. I was due to speak, register to speak, but I couldn't find the sign-in page. And I have some news I like to share on where the Greenbelt is going, basically. So basically, Doug Ford is basically building sprawls of houses along the Greenbelt, all centered around the Toronto and Hamilton area. And get this, no houses are being built in the Ottawa area. Now, if you take a look at New York State, across the border, no houses or highways have been built in the Western New York area for years. And basically, there's a gala for Doug Ford in Pickering, where tickets are being sold for the event. You know what I'm saying? Yes. There was also a 2018 Ontario Housing Minister mandate letter promised to protect the Greenbelt, but that hasn't happened, basically. Instead, Ford insists on building the 413 highway or the Bradford bypass and insists on building more houses along the Greenbelt. Then what Ford did this morning, this was mentioned earlier, went to a small hamlet somewhere in Ontario, basically, to open up a hospital on the Greenbelt. And get this, he was greeted by protesters, basically. Doug Ford didn't show up, basically, at the protest. He just went to open the hospital. That was it. Yes, MPPs are voting down on the Greenbelt probe scandal. There's a scandal to the Greenbelt. You want to know why? Because there's illegal activity going on in the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Allegedly. Thank you, Tim. Last and final speaker.
I get the last word?
You get the last word.
Would you tell that to my husband, please? Yeah.
Oh, no, second to last word.
Yeah. My name is Deb Matina, and some of you may already know me. I have fought the government of Ontario in the past, and that was to save the Henderson Hospital 22 years ago. Sorry. As I was saying earlier, I have fought the Ontario government in the past, and that was 22 years ago to save the Henderson Hospital. I see a number of familiar faces here that helped us win that argument. But I'm here today with a slightly different perspective than the other speakers who were here, and that is holding a government accountable. And so in that interest, I spent about a half an hour doing a little bit of research before I came here tonight. And unfortunately, I didn't realize the process to get on the list, so I had to wait till the very end. At any rate, the last provincial election in Ontario was held June 2nd, 2022. Mr. Ford won his second majority term as Premier of Ontario on that date. I took this quote directly from the Ontario PC Party website. This afternoon, Doug Ford announced that after consultation with the people of Ontario, an Ontario PC government would maintain the Greenbelt in its entirety. I looked at it as making sure we have more affordable housing, said Ford. There have been a lot of voices saying that they don't want to touch the Greenbelt. I govern through the people. I don't govern through government. The people have spoken. We won't touch the Greenbelt. Very simple. That's it. The people have spoken. I'm going to listen to them. They don't want me to touch the Greenbelt. We won't touch the Greenbelt. Simple as that. The following wording will be included in the upcoming Ontario PC platform. Increase the supply of affordable housing across the GTA while protecting the Greenbelt in its entirety. So following that, I went to look up Bill 97 because I've been hearing a lot about it. And that act is an act to amend various statutes with respect to housing and development. So, and that was under the Honorable S. Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The first reading took place on April 6, 2023. Second reading, April 2023. Third reading, June 5th, 2023. And royal assent, June 8th, 2023. Now, that included making some changes to schedules and certain things that really actually are very important to what the government can and cannot do with respect to housing and zoning and all of those sorts of things. So all of that stuff was done in 2023 to make changes. But it was preceded by another bill, which was Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act in 2022. And that again was overseen by the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And the first reading of that bill took place in October 25th, 2022. Second reading, October 26th. Third reading, November 23rd. And royal assent, November 28th. That, my friends, was a mere 5 months from the election day to royal assent for this was the amount of time that elapsed for this bill to come into effect. So in my opinion, it is very likely that prior to June 2nd, 2022 election, this bill was already in the last draft stage or already completed and waiting to be read. And I say this because for the last 20 years, I've worked in regulatory law as an adjudicator in various government. I'm a public member in various government disciplinary actions, regulatory colleges, and so on. So I know how long it takes to get regulations and different acts passed, sometimes years. So all of this had to have been planned long before the June 2022 election. So when he was saying on one hand, we're not going to develop the Greenbelt, on the other hand, they were working behind the scenes to enact laws and regulations that would give them the power to do the exact opposite. So that was followed up in 2023 with the passing of the Bill 97, giving the Premier the tools he needed to force the development of the Greenbelt on the municipalities. That suggests to me three things. The first is that Mr. Ford was not honest with the electorate when he promised not to touch the Greenbelt. And that not only was he not honest, he was promising something he had no intention of standing behind once elected. The
Deb,
third,
I'm very sorry to interrupt.
I got 2 sentences left.
Okay.
Okay. The third is that while the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and and his subordinates fell on their swords to take the blame for all of this, none of it could have happened without Mr. Ford's knowledge or approval. It is time, in my opinion, that we hold political parties accountable for breaching promises in exchange for votes. It is one thing to not be able to achieve one's goals because of conditions beyond one's control. It is quite another thing to promise something and do exactly the opposite once elected to office. I think.
Thank you, Deb.
I would love to see a legal action taken. I'm just, the word escapes me right now, class action lawsuit. We exchanged votes. People in this room exchange votes, not necessarily me, for the promise of not building on a green belt. And I think we should be able to find out some way to hold this government accountable. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Now the last word.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'll be brief since I am the last person and no one wants to wait around any longer. I have 2 points to make just based on what I've heard tonight. Everyone knows I've done some species counts in the Greenbelt lands, and I just wanted to say that those counts are very preliminary. I've only been out on 4 times, I think, on 4 different properties, and we've already found quite a list of rare species that were not mentioned tonight as well. I sent you a letter, and I think those are all listed in there. I was an environmental consultant for a company in Burlington called Geomatics International after I graduated from the University of Waterloo, and we did a lot of environmental impact assessments at that time before funding was completely slashed for environmental purposes by the Harper government previously. And one of the environmental assessment impacts I worked on was for Ontario Hydro, who wanted to build a nuclear power plant up on Manitoulin Island. And after our assessment, if they had gone through with it, of course they didn't go through with it, but if they had, they would have been building a nuclear power plant on top of a limestone sinkhole, and it would have been a complete disaster. That was their prime spot they had chosen for the building. So this is how things operate. If environmental impact assessments are not done, things don't get done properly, and they can be very dangerous and bad for our health. And this is what's happening with the Greenbelt. Doug Ford hasn't done any proper environmental assessments on anything that I've read. And it doesn't matter how much people argue, he just says, never mind. And that's not right. We need to do full environmental impact assessments on everything that he wants to build on before touching a shovel in the ground. That's my first point. My second point is I have 2 sons who are young adults in Hamilton. We've lived here for many years. Mark Pattison taught my children in elementary school at one time. And he was an excellent principal and just as good a counselor, I have to say. And my sons are both renting right now. Neither of them can afford to buy a house, and they're planning on renting. I have a son who's just amazing with finances, and he's a meticulous planner, unlike Doug Ford. And he knows for the rest of his life that he will not be able to afford to buy a house. He is not poor. We've heard a lot of people talking about poor people needing housing. That's critical, yes. But no young kids today can afford to buy a house. We're not just talking about a few people, we're talking about everybody. And the housing Doug Ford wants to build, and I have told him this, my kids will never be able to afford. And they have told me this themselves. And I'm sure they'd be happy to tell you if they could be here. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Lynn. So that is all our delegations, unless anyone else? Okay, no problem. You're here now.
I won't take very long. A lot of people have said a lot of things. And first of all, I just really want to commend City Council for doing this. You know, you're all between a rock and a hard place. But I was taught early on in my career that if you ever have a problem, you never go to your superiors or whoever you're dealing with just your problem. You also come up with a solution. And that's what you're doing here. Whether it's legal or illegal, what's happening with the Greenbelt. There is, I believe there is a solution, and I don't know because you haven't talked about it, but the funding, the Housing Accelerated Fund, which London has put to use, but London doesn't have a green belt, so they're able to, use that. You have a green belt which you have to use, and it would be really interesting. It would be really interesting to hear if you're using part of that accelerated housing fund towards implementing a solution for the green belt. Obviously you're not going to do that here, but I believe that might be a solution to the problem. I believe that last week that you talked about, you're looking for information on how to solve the problem. The problem needs to be solved, but do you have that funding? Is that going to be used towards the solution to building affordable housing within the green belt, so that you can go back to the facilitator and say, look, we've got a solution. We don't need the green belt. Stay out of it. We've got a solution for the city. Thank you. And thank you so much. You guys have been awesome, and you must be exhausted, but it's been a great crowd, and you guys have been awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And one final speaker. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Andrea, thank you for coming in. Thank you, counselors and everyone still remaining. My name is Bonnie, and I left a message with Mark Tattison and Andrea last week that one of the points made in the Spectator was that Doug Ford, in his mandate letters, instructed the Minister of Housing and Development to do land swaps and contractions. And I think Doug Ford needs to be held to account.
Thank you. So for a third and final time, I don't believe we have any other members of the public that wish to delegate, so I really appreciate everyone sticking around. We do have some business still to conduct as planning committee. So what we're going to do now is we're going to receive the delegations. I have some notes of a few themes that I heard. We'll see if there's any staff that can answer some of these questions, or members of the committee that want to talk about anything. And then we're going to move on to item 10.2. So at this time, I need a motion that the written and oral submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and that the public meeting be closed. Moved by first Vice Chair Councillor Wang and second Vice Chair Councillor Kassar. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries unanimously. So just on a couple of the themes that I heard, I'm just going to state these if anybody has anything to add, or if staff have anything to add. If not, take these away. So first thing that I heard quite a bit tonight, right from the beginning, was questions about species at risk and natural heritage features. Is there anything that staff want to comment on how we are communicating that to the facilitator, how we're tracking species at risk?
Sorry, Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Within the Book Road lands, both the former Greenbelt plan and the current City of Hamilton Rural Official Plan identify that approximately 30% of the lands are identified as natural heritage system. And our natural heritage planners have confirmed that it has habitat that would be suitable for species at risk, so that any development proposal would be required to go through an environmental impact study to assess that, to delineate the limits of those environmental sensitive areas, and then provide for the necessary protections and assurances that they are protected from development. And if they are not, even if they remain in the rural area, those OP designations and associated zoning would still be applicable to those lands to protect them as open space natural heritage areas within the city's natural heritage system. Thank you.
Thank you. One follow-up similar theme to species at risk and natural heritage features is that the areas identified as natural heritage areas cannot and never will be developed. My understanding is the province could issue a minister's zoning order. They could be developed. Never is a very strong word.
To the chair, yes, you are correct. Under the provisions of the Planning Act, the province has amended it such that the minister does not have to follow either the provincial policy statement, any other provincial plan, or a municipal official plan. So when the minister could issue a zoning order to allow for any use on those lands identified in the city's official plan and the former Greenbelt plan for those natural heritage environmentally sensitive areas. The one caveat is, though, that species at risk legislation is separate at a provincial level, so the province may have to deal with that if there are butternut trees or other species that are identified under the provincial species at risk. I can't speak to the federal legislation because I don't work with that on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Planner. One of the points that some of the members in favor brought up was the cost of development, that it was a myth that existing homeowners subsidize the cost of growth. Would staff like to very briefly provide a clarification?
Through the chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. This has been an issue that's been much debated at council, especially as a result of the recent changes under Bill 23, which significantly reduces a municipality's ability to charge development charges against new development. So yes, we have identified that with those Bill 23 changes limiting what we can charge back in terms of development charges, that there are costs associated with that development that have to be paid through by other means.
Thank you. And just to be clear, you're all about to get a 2.8% tax increase because of the provincial changes to Bill 23. The Housing Accelerator Fund, that came up a few times, and I think I'd like to have on the record what we are doing and our plans for that fund.
So through the chair, council did approve an application to the federal government to the Housing Accelerator Fund. It was a while ago, at the end of May, actually. We have not yet received a response, to my knowledge, from the federal government in terms of the funding of that proposal. But yes, the city did submit it, and included within that was a number of measures and actions to increase overall housing supply, as well as specifically to increase affordable housing supply.
Thank you, General Manager Thorne. So the last two things I have were a number of questions about how the lands were originally added to the Greenbelt. I believe Councillor McMeekin has some comments, and then also on the provincial facilitator and the role there. And I know Councillor Kassar has a notice of motion to that effect. So that's all the themes that I had noted. I think at this time, Councillor McMeekin, if you had anything that you wanted to add?
Is that it? Is that on? Thank you very much, Councillor Danko. I appreciate everybody coming out this evening. I really do. Today, my grandson turned 2, and I was at the birthday party and didn't stick around for the cake because I had to be here, and I did have to be here because every time I hold that little guy's hand, I know I'm holding the future of the world in mind. And anyhow, I was pleased to be here, and pleased so many people are here and participated. In 2005, I had the privilege of serving as a parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Later, I served as minister. Interesting. And the minister, and I was intimately involved in the process around the Greenbelt from the earliest stages. Greenbelt, the largest protected, legislatively protected green space in the world, right here in Ontario. In the legislation that was passed, to which 74% of Ontarians continue to say it was the best thing the previous government ever did. And just for the record, I just want to put that out there. There was a 10-year review legislated, Mr. Chairman, and I recruited a team led by the Honorable David Crombie, special task force, to look at the growth plan, the Niagara Escarpment plan, and the Greenbelt plan together. They're probably the single most important planning document in the last 50 years in Ontario. They had numerous meetings. Those who say there was no consultation should be reminded that many, many meetings were held across Ontario, including a couple in Hamilton. And based on that, that review and some other engagements that the city had undertaken. By the way, the city did get intimately involved in that review. They recommended some lands in, some lands out. They voted unanimously to include the book road lands, just for the record. And we took that seriously, although that wasn't the end of it. As minister, I was responsible to do some additional due diligence and did so. We reverted to our staff, who wondered why it wasn't included in the first place, given the ESA lands that were there, the airport control lands, and reports from OMAFRA about it being, that land being class 1, 2, and 3 agricultural land. So that was kind of how we ended there, Mr. Chairman, getting into that situation. There was a recent suggestion made that the provincial government of the day included the book road lands in the Greenbelt because they wanted to stop building homes. They wanted to stop any new communities from being built in Ontario. They wanted to stop young people and immigrants from finding housing. And the farmland was simply not productive. Those weren't the reasons we included the book road lands in the Greenbelt. We did it for the environmental reasons, to not just protect prime agricultural lands, but heritage woodlands, wetlands, and a whole lot of other things. So, thanks. There are some who are critical of the process, and I understand no process is perfect. No process is perfect, but you do the best you can with what you're challenged to do. And that government was in power at the time, did that. The current government thinks it's doing that, but I and I think most people in this room profoundly disagree with that assessment. I wear as a badge of distinction, including especially creating the Greenbelt and adding lands that were necessary to be engaged. If I had it to do all over again, I would do the same thing, and I would continue to wear that as a badge of distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Is there any further questions or comments from committee? I don't believe there's anybody on the speakers list. So if not, we're going to move on then. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. This is item 10.1. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson. Seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. All in favor or opposed? Thank you, Clerk Kelsey. That carries. On item 10.2, this is provincial amendments to the Greenbelt Plan interim report on the results of public engagement and community benefits. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by Councillor Beatty. Is there any discussion on item 10.2? Seeing none, not feeling any spitballs hitting me. All in favor or opposed? And that is to receive that report. That carries unanimously. Thank you. And I believe there is a notice of motion. So Councillor Kassar, we have no discussion items, no motions. So I will go to notice of motion.
Thank you, Chair Danko. And to clarify, this is a notice of motion, which means nothing's being moved here today. There was a previous motion directing staff to engage with the facilitator in July, and it needs to go back to council. So I'll read out my motion and then speak to it, or notice of motion, excuse me. Whereas on July 14th, 2023, Planning and Economic Development Department staff, in conjunction with legal services staff, were directed to provide input into the provincial land and development facilitator under protest with respect to any private development proposals and associated community benefits within the lands removed by the province from the Greenbelt area. Whereas Hamilton City Council has unanimously declared the development on Greenbelt land is unnecessary to achieve Hamilton's housing targets, and the land should be returned to the Greenbelt plan area. Whereas new information available through the Auditor General Special Report on changes to the Greenbelt and the Office of the Integrity Commissioner's investigation of the conduct of the former Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing severely undermine the legitimacy of the work by the provincially appointed Greenbelt Development Facilitator. Therefore, be it resolved that staff halt negotiations with the Provincial Greenbelt Development Facilitator until further direction is provided by Council. 2, that staff limit discussions with and information provided to the facilitator to technical information required to protect the financial, economic, social, and environmental interests of the City of Hamilton. That all discussions and information provided to the provincial facilitator be reported to the Planning Committee as required, and that staff not conduct any discussions or provide any information to individual landowners, their agents, or independent third parties that is not already in the public domain. And just to speak to that.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, I did provide you some leeway to read that into the record because we don't have an ability to show that on the screen, but you cannot speak to a notice of motion.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Am I understanding that part of the motion is directing staff to stop working with the facilitator? Okay, that notice of motion is not appropriate at planning, it belongs to council, so that would have to happen at council. So it can't be a notice of motion here. The deputy clerk, acting clerk advised it'd be out of order.
Okay, we'll refer that to council. It'll be introduced at council as a notice of motion or a motion. Okay. Thank you, Clerk Kelsey. Appreciate the clarification. So at this time, I do not believe we have any further business. So I need a motion to adjourn, moved by Mayor Horvath, seconded by myself. Really appreciate everyone staying here to the end. Thank you. And we stand adjourned.